Hello, everybody. I hope all of you are doing well. What a long few days, to say the least. What a wild few days. Welcome to the ongoing reading of Anti-Oedipus from the Deleuze and Guattari Quarantine Collective. How you doing? I hope everyone's well. Yesterday was a long day. I was doing a lot more content moderation on YouTube, I think, than I was wanting, to say the least. But, all's well that ends well. The response has been so far pretty positive, which is good. But today we are going to continue where we left off last week, sort of. We're going to actually go slightly back. We've been working through the second task of schizoanalysis, second positive task. It's a negative task, deconstruction, destruction of symbolic elements, narrative elements, sort of larger representational figura. Then moving on to not necessarily rebuilding them from the ground up, but from that process, and these things go together, is understanding from them not the symbolic way that they link together, like, oh, these all seem like an authority figure, but instead attractions and repulsions between them specifically, and using these elements as directional, as pushing us towards seeing where actual desire investment is happening or how desire moves through them. The second positive task we've got our way through, we're finally moving up on. But to do it, because even though last week we got through a bunch of paragraphs, this last paragraph before we move into it is kind of the deeply formative and important one. It's super important. Because there's a handful of terms in here and ways that they're talking about it, I think is going to be really, really, really important as we move forward. We'll find out. But otherwise, as always, thank you for those of you who are joining. Audio's crunchy. No shit. Why would the audio be crunchy? Is it in Discord? Is the audio fucked up for you guys? My mic? I'm cracking periodically. Wonderful. That makes me happy. Why would that be the case? Well, one sec. We'll fix it. All right. Well, I got a ping back. Is that any better? LJ, let me know if it gets worse. It's for those of you who haven't been part of the odyssey of me learning about audio and real-time calculations. So I have a unique processor. I have a very, very high-end Threadripper. Challenge with the Threadripper is that it is actually built for modern ways that devices handle what are called interrupts. Most devices, this never matters to anyone. Most people have a computer processor that doesn't make them completely fucking stupid for having bought it. But for me, it does. And so there's a very particular thing I have to set up and go into Windows Registry to do. And once in a while, Windows updates without telling you it updated, which I think it did last night or the night before. and resets all of those wonderful registry things. And if you don't diligently keep up on whether or not you've updated or constantly check those things, it ruins your fucking day. Windows ruins your fucking day. God. So, if you ever want to learn about message signal interrupts, you feel free to hit up old Brooksy. Because I know that dangerous amount where it's enough to fix my shit, but not enough to actually do anything about it meaningfully. So, there, I just rambled for a bit. If that kept generally decent, then we're good. Was that generally decent, LJ?
It has not crackled. It did twice or 3 times, but it has not crackled for quite a few minutes now. I think it should be okay.
All right. So since that in that ramble, it didn't do it. Good. Linux with a Threadripper 3990X is not exactly a fun time. So, yeah, we'll deal with it. Life goes where it goes. But to continue to say, as we move into the second positive task, which we're about to in the next paragraph, as we build towards that, there are very particular things that we have to go over in order to be able to define this and talk about these things. Ilya, I'll answer your question in just a minute. And I'm going to go back slightly, and then we're going to continue straight through. I'll continue right after Markov chains here on the screen. You guys should all be able to see there. This can even be seen in the genetic code. In other terms, forms of gregariousness are never indifferent. Gregariousness is when we talk about things at large. We talk about things as they are impinging on other things. As we talk about things in like, hey, white people, black people, human, Brooks, computers, the things gregariously, not molecularly, gregariously. The order is not from gregariousness to selection. That is commonly like the Platonic idea that you have it seems like a table, you're selecting the right kind of table for it. And you're doing that from its gregarious set. No, but on the contrary, it comes from the molecular multiplicity, the chaosmos, to forms of selection performing the selection, to molar or gregarious aggregates that result from this selection. And those forms of selection, that's the thing that we are talking about primarily as we go through this. Primarily, we're talking about what are those forms of selections. So then to read the paragraph and we'll make our way through. What are these qualified forms? Formations of sovereignty, as Nietzsche said, that play the role of totalizing, unifying, signifying objectivities that assign organizations lacks and goals. The full bodies determine the different modes of the socious, veritable heavy aggregates of the earth, the despot, and capital. Full bodies, or clothed substances, which are distinguished from the full body without organs or the naked matter of molecular desiring production. If we wonder where these forms of force come from, it is evident they are not to be explained in terms of a goal or an end, since they are what determine goals and ends. The form or quality of a given socius, the body of the earth, the body of the despot, the body of capital money, depends on a state or degree of intensive development of the productive forces, insofar as these forces define a man-nature independent of the social formations, or rather common to them all, what the Marxist terms the givens of useful labor. The form or quality of the socius is therefore itself produced, but as the unengendered, that is, as the natural or divine precondition of production corresponding to a given degree to which it affixes a structural unity and apparent goals to which it falls back, and whose forces it appropriates, thereby determining the selections, the accumulations, and the attractions, without which these forces would not assume a social character. It is indeed in this sense that social production is desiring production itself under determinate conditions. These determinate conditions are thus the forms of gregariousness as a social or full body under whose effect the molecular formations constitute molar aggregates. It's a lot. It's so much. There's so much in this. There's a huge amount of jargon. I'm not going to say otherwise. There's a huge amount of jargon, but it's actually really, really particular what they're saying in here. And they're actually kind of more or less revisiting all the previous sections of the book. Big idea. We'll start big idea, and then we're going to go sentence by sentence and break it up. But big idea is that, A, how do we get rid of capitalism is the wrong question. If you're going to ask how we get rid of the organizations of things, the structures of things, if you're going to get rid of, how are we going to get rid of and fix X, Y, or Z? The challenge becomes not getting rid of that thing, but understanding how that thing or the process of having that thing or something in that set of coordinates is actually conditioning desire, fundamental forces of what make us and everyone do what they're doing, that pushes us towards an organization, a specific lack, a goal. What is making these things happen? What is pushing us towards it? Because all of it is social, the social world, you right now, me now, all of us now, all these things. The social, Ben, we can hear you. Mute up, Ben. Okay, I'll mute you. Ben, mute up.
Hold on.
We can just hear you walking around. The form or quality of the socious, therefore, itself is produced. It is produced as the natural or divine precondition of production, corresponding to the amount to which it affixes a unity and goals, to which it falls back, whose forces it appropriates. And in this process, it determines selections, accumulations, and attractions, without which these forces would not have a social character. Why do we do what we do? Oh, well, capital actually falls back on that and tells us why it happens, but it also, by doing so, creates the preconditions for its own existence in that process. This may seem weird. We'll get to it. Don't worry. They get really, really specific in it. But as we join groups, as we do what we do, why we do what we do, the things that set that up and how that gets determined, how the choices get selected for us, how these things get placed for us, that's the jam. That's the question underneath all of this. Line by line, then we'll come revisit. I think actually line by line this builds really nicely, because by the time we get to the very end, the line by line explanation should actually build on itself, unless I fuck it up. Because it's a really dense paragraph, because there's this opening. What are these qualified forms? The formations of sovereignty, as Nietzsche said, that play the role of totalizing, unifying, signifying objectivities that assign organizations lacks and goals. There's a line Nietzsche has in Genealogy of Morality, which I have a video on and other people have done, where he's talking about the artist tyrants, the state founders, people who create the sort of nature of sovereignty itself. And he kind of talks about this, but that there's a really specific, because he's, again, those who build sovereignty, but their phrasing of it, the formations of sovereignty, is actually playing around with these things. It's playing around with them in a very specific way. Nietzsche talked not about the formations of sovereignty, but about the sort of creators of it. They're talking about the formations of sovereignty, and in the original French, it's formations de souveraineté, which is it's a direct, exact translation. That kind of means that they're playing between sort of, I'd have to go back really heavy. We'd have to do like an hour on Nietzsche. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this, but the way that the artist tyrants and state founders sort of existed is slightly different, but they ended up working together in order to create sovereignty. That's an oversimplification, but I think it'll work here. When we're talking about the formations of sovereignty here, these things that play the role of totalizing, unifying, signifying objectives, and assigning organizations lacks and goals, the creation there that they're talking about is the way that representational thought, it puts things in position. Nothing is a neutral existence, right? the organizational nature of things isn't neutral. It is power formations that necessarily build and impose modes of coding or territorialization. The way things are given meaning is in the very organization itself. I've done talks before. I'm doing actually a video next week on Guattari, who does an extraordinary job sort of working through the way that power structures reify themselves by determining things that they've never encountered, which sounds crazy because it's like, well, how do they do that? How did men in this one valley in, I want to say it's Kenya or Nairobi, they happen to be the ones who handled salt, which is weird because very commonly in their culture, salt and the process of it seems to have actually come from women. Well, it's because the process of how these things exist in time, it's not determinate up front, but in time, as things interact, the power structure falls back on the way that production operates. The salt in this area specifically doesn't come from the ocean, but instead from very specific leaves. There are these specific leaves that actually have a high salt content, and when you burn them, you can use that ash, and it does curative properties. We're not talking about 20 years ago. We're talking about 1,000 years ago, a while back. And that curing, that not like fixing medicine, but like curing meat, the curative property of this ash, they kind of discovered accidentally. As it happens, they burned it and they happened to have meat in it, and lo and behold, the meat didn't go as bad. And so the women started, burning this ash and then putting it on meat and all that great stuff. Great. But that didn't exist outside of these other things. The meaning of it shifted when trade, which was handled by men in this village, began utilizing it. Then suddenly the harvesting, control, and setup of these leaves no longer was women's work. It was men's work. You can see the same thing more recently with the way computer science is seen as a men's field. If you were to go back 40 years, 50 years, the world would laugh at you. Like in the 70s, you had computers being men's work. No, sorry, that's for secretaries and women. Because again, these things are not neutral. These structures are not neutral. They're actually determinate. They set up these things. They use the phrase in here, objectities, signifying objectities. These aren't objects themselves, but instead the process of objectification, creating an illusion of a unified goal-directed entity as it goes. The unified goal-directed entity. We run into this a lot. What are the Republicans? MAGA, white people, black people, America, Iran, Israel, Palestine, a single goal of setting up, and we assign all the rest to it. But that's not some of these things. That's not how this works. This setup and play works slightly differently than that. They say the full bodies determine the different modes of the socious, veritable heavy aggregates of earth, despot, and capital. This is the three socious, as they've talked about, as I just mentioned, these things that sort of determine via goals and other things, they fall back on them things. Once upon a time, it was the earth. The earth would fall back on and take control of it, the territorial machine, then the despotic machine, capitalist machine. The full body, it's a big deal here. Again, they're materialist. We're not talking about the idea of capital. That's not the thing we're playing with. We're talking about actual organizational surfaces that appropriate and channel the flux of desire itself. It's actual, the organization itself is material. Capital is material. The heavy aggregates they use terms that are material and have a oomph to them. Like there's weight to this. The heavy aggregates, there's gravitational force to this. They pull them down to it. It organizes social production. This is how these things sort of play together. And then the last bit, and I'll stop for a second and go for questions before we continue, because this is a very dense paragraph. Full bodies or clothed substances, which are distinguished from the full body without organs or naked matter of molecular desiring production. So they're going really particular. When we talk about the clothed substances, they're talking about the already, there's formations of things, but things are formed all the time. It just happens. But when it's organized, when it's coded, when it's territorialized, it becomes the clothed substance. It is the clothed element. Body without organs is this pure immanent productivity before being captured by the organizing machines. But the closed substances, which is what they say here, the full bodies or closed substances, these are post that. They're organized. They're placed. They're think of the men in suits on Wall Street in their lovely attire and how they change their uniform when they go from place to place. That the clothing and all of this signifies the organization underneath. Judging a book by its cover is something you can generally actually do quite well. We don't like to say that, but that's a thing you can do because the organization is the organization. Clothing is part of, you're covered. They're covered in particular ways. They're set up in particular ways. They're set up post-organization, not pre-organization. And organization, I usually hyphenate when I write it for this reason. It's organization. Body without organs doesn't have organization yet. Okay? Is this making sense so far? I know it's 3 sentences is a lot. It's going to get worse. But generally, is everyone following that shit? Have I cracked at all, by the way? Thank you, Godspeed. You're following. Good. Sounds good. I'm hoping that means the sound is good. So when, and we'll get to the next bit. So when you are looking out into the world, or when you're thinking what you are or how you deal with things, or what you call things, or what you think of things, or what you feel of things, you're not ever dealing with, like as you're aware of it, you're post-organization. The formation and creation of those conditions that organize desire, that organize the forces of affect and emotion, that create you effectively, are already well underway, if not fully organized. And that force and that setup that is pushing you in various directions, this is the point they're making. You're already organized. You're created. And the model of things that you deal with, that is you, and I'm putting that in quotes because it isn't really you, that thing that's playing, this is the deal they're wanting to push with. Because everyone here deals with calling themselves something that is in relation to a group. And people belong to groups. And how do we think of groups? If there is like a question underneath this, it's, hey, yeah, no, Marx says it's a revolution of the proletariat. Yeah, bourgeoisie bad. How do we know who's part of what group? Because, and they were seeing this in the 60s and 70s, but I mean, I can ask you right now, where's the line? I would ask, where's the line? How do I know what group I'm in? Now, there are some people who it's clearly, they're not on the bourgeoisie side, the unhoused, for example, the incarcerated, maybe. That's not really a line. So what sets up the lines? How do we know our position? And yet people know their position. Yet people claim a position. Yet people do that, not just with one, but with many. How do you do that? Well, this is how you do that. And then the question is going to be how we fix that. That's kind of the thrust if there is. It's a challenge. But to continue. And there's they use a lot of jargon in this. And when I say jargon, I mean particular words and signifiers that are touching back into things, because they're building a very particular ontological philosophy around this. They want to make sure that we understand, and it's a big one, is that there's no such thing as things that aren't material. Even that stuff, even that's material. Even that stuff that you're thinking about, material. It's all material. And it's material in the sense of it is how the forces interact through material conditions. And from that, the emergence of complexity. And the complexity that we're in now is not out of nowhere. It's over thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years. And, well, we got to break it down. So to continue, if we wonder where these forms of force come from, big word, it is evident that they are not to be explained in terms of any goal or end, since they are what determine goals and ends. So this is effectively shitting right on teleology. Like even Marxist teleology. So, okay. Forms of force, the things that are pushing and going. These are not themselves even concerned with an end. They're not a means towards a predetermined end. What they are is the possibility space of having ends. So this is the mistake at large that we're making effectively. The forces at play through all things are not the things that push us to an end. They are what give the actual possibility space for what ends are. I use too many video games as examples, but it's going to be the easiest way to get this across. If anyone here plays video games, it's very easy. When you play a game, I play Dota, let's Call of Duty or Fortnite or whatever. The things you do, the drive you have towards the force you feel to do different things. I'm being pushed towards winning the game. Are you? Is that a thing? Being pushed towards winning, being pushed towards doing X, Y, or Z, or is the design of the game itself and what you're allowed to feel and how you feel those things, all of which are explicitly authored? Aren't those things what give you the space that enables you to consider what a goal is? The abilities of the game, the rules of the game, the motions of the game, how you play the game, they're not aimed at a goal. They're the things that determine the goal. That is, it's simple. But the same is true of capital or anything else. Things aren't in service of capital. Capital is the emergent possibility space allowed by the forces. So the forces, as they are interacting, forces of desire, lack, self-repression, all of these things, the forces create the space that enables possibility, potential. Lo and behold, when they're very, very limited, or when they're very much geared, or they seem to be taken by certain things, the possibility space shrinks. Does that make sense? It's one of the challenges is, and this is they're pulling from Nietzsche a lot. Deleuze pulls from Nietzsche a lot. And here, Foucault's good stuff. Because power itself is productive. The will to power. Power isn't just controlling other people and that think of that as a goal. No. It's power immanently. Power in itself is a sort of will to overcome, a will to do, but it's not geared in a direction of a large objectivity. Everything I do doesn't have in itself inbuilt, America is the goal. No. What? As a white guy, I don't have born into me all of your actions are going to support white hegemony. That's stupid. That's stupid. But how things are able to connect and how we're able to understand them and how the forces of things interplay and the power and force behind them enables only certain outcomes. The forces themselves determine the space that they're able to play in. As such, we end up where we end up, which sucks ass, but it is the thing. It's the way systems theory works. Things create their own environments. They create their own goals, but they don't do so by creating the goal. It's in the interaction itself that limits what those goals can be. The forces in itself, themselves, it is evident they are not to be explained in terms of goal or end, since they are what determines goals and ends. And YouTube, TJC and YouTube is being snarky, but I'll do it. Donkey Kong as a video game, not the new one. I have no idea, but I'm going to go back to the old one. You can jump and move and head upwards. If you go to the left and fall off the edge, you die. If you touch a barrel, you die. These are the mechanics of things. Now, the forces at play are within a games are good for this because they're necessarily strict. They necessarily have walls around them. That's why they're good as examples for this. That we don't have those in real life. Like capitalism and the world doesn't have the same rules around it as much as we may think it does. But we convince ourselves of that. But as you're playing Donkey Kong, you don't go, fuck, this is limiting. No one. They don't go, the child would, my son absolutely would, most kids would. They go, why can't I just fly up there? Oh, that's because you're not allowed to, because they didn't build that into the game. Someone chose that was the case. It becomes explicit in games. You do that. Now, instead, you become a Billy Mitchell. Everyone eventually, they want to get up there faster. The point system. Points are meaningless. There's no meaning to any of this. There's no stated goal like, oh, if I do that, then I become the God Emperor of the universe. No, it's just a fucking game. Yet, everyone wants to get higher scores, do better, do these things. And we laugh and joke when people do things that are more emergent in them. Oh, actually, and there's a thing, how many barrels can someone jump over in the first level without beating the game? That number is a thing. That seems weird when I say that. It's like, wait, people did that? That's funny. Why? Why is that any more or less? Because we know the forces create the space for their own consumption, their own use. Force is not appropriated by production in that same way. Forces are the production itself. They are the things that create their own environments and goals. There you go, TJC. Shakespeare, it's good to have you. So video game examples are good because, Deleuze even uses them in logical sense, for God's sake. Not video games, but games. To continue, though. Goals and ends. Sorry, 2 seconds. The form or quality of a given socious, and socious is the large-scale social order, the socious. The body of the earth, body of despot, body of capital money, depends on a state or degree of intensive development of the productive forces, insofar as these forces determine a man nature independent of all the social formations, or rather common to them all, what Marxists term the givens of useful labor. Fuck. Every sentence in this is crazy shit. So the givens of useful labor is like, and we talked about this a little bit last week, because this is one, everyone should have read Capital Volume 1. If you haven't, probably go do that. But they're playing towards this thing. But they talk instead about that. They're talking about the intensive development of it, the intensive development of things, which plays differently. And they don't mean intensive as like, oh, it's super intense, but like thermodynamics, the intensivities versus extensities. Extensities are like external intensive development plays differently. It's more than that. God. How do I phrase this? This is a tough one. We'll start from the beginning. So the form or quality of a given socius. We've got 3 so far. They have talks about what the 4th one is. Okay. The 4th one is, there's a lot of ideas, but they're talking about the 3 that they've kind of talked about in the book, which is chapter 3, the body of the earth, which is organized very particularly. It's tribal groups. It's pre-civilization, prehistoric for the most part, pre-writing as we know it. And this is because people who lived, and think about it as, again, pre-society, don't have concepts of that. They exist in the earth. They literally write into the earth their lives. as they exist, as they move. They trample grass. They basically deaden areas. They will kill animals. They will reshape it for farms. People like animals too, but everyone like literally write a history into the earth, the same way that fire carves a history where it burns, and behind that becomes mushrooms, moral mushrooms, if you can. It's really fun hunting season for that. I'm in Oregon, Washington, so it's a thing here. But it becomes new trees, which becomes new, like these, but this history is written into the earth, like it's inscribed in the earth. The territories of things are written into the earth. And as such, we are part of that. We have children, we have families, we have people that we literally create, but we also have those we create alliances with through marriage, most often. Marriage and mostly marriage, actually. And this creates a really specific thing that's very imminent to the earth. The earth seems to determine who can marry who and where they go and how they go. There's limits to things sort of set up in that territoriality. At some point, someone became in charge. They go with Wittfogel, who I tend to really like the idea of, but it's the idea of like, at some point, groups get too large to be managed sort of in the daily, and you have to have someone manage overall, specifically water. How do you deal with having a stream? Well, you need to build an aqueduct and water management tools. But the moment you do that, all right, well, I'm going to do this, but how do I do anything else? Well, I need people to help. Well, okay, fine. Then we need to have these guys work more, and they're going to share their food with the guys who work on the aqueduct. And then the guy who's in charge of the aqueduct kind of becomes in charge of water, which is life. And so it's no longer about who I have children with or who I have an alliance. It becomes actually, can I make Mr. Water Guy super happy? And now we have a despot. And the despot seems to be in charge of everything and control everything. He determines where food is allocated. He determines what lands are allowed. He determines laws. He says these things. It seems that he is the one for all of this. And then with the third is capital, is all of that gets reduced to market sort of strategies and the way capital functions, which is not just money. And I'm not going into that super deep, but these things, these full bodies that determine the different modes of the socious, are veritable aggregates of the earth, the despot, and capital. These things, they depend on a state or degree of intensive development of productive forces. And those productive forces are, as we were talking about a moment ago, they're the productive forces, the forms of force, where they come from, how they're set up. Insofar as these forces define a man-nature independent of social formations. Do you notice how we don't talk about how we're part of capitalism? Have you noticed that? Like, people don't feel that's what we do. Capital, or the king, is not, the peasants and the king aren't the same material. Often we don't talk about them being the same substance. We aren't capital, and capital isn't us. I'm certainly not part of capital. I'm not rich. I'm not this. I'm blah blah blah. And it's like, well, but we're all part, like the forces of all of them. Like, huh? But they do this. The situations build over time. The intensive qualities, the intensive setups of these productive forces grow, and these forces seem to define a man-nature independent of the social formations, or common to them all. Marx, with Capital, understood that labor is common to all of it, the useful parts of labor. So they go on to say, the form or quality of the socius is therefore itself produced, but as the unengendered, that is, the natural or divine precondition of production, corresponding to a given degree. It's one sentence. It's wild, right? Corresponding to a given degree which it affixes a structural unity and apparent goals, to which it falls back, and whose forces it appropriates, thereby determining selections, accumulations, and attractions, without which these forces would not assume a social character. The fact they call it unengendered is a big deal. This is, if you're not familiar with Nietzsche had causa sui, the thing that is the self-caused. It feels eternal. Capital feels like it's something that's always been around and that wasn't actually made. Same with the despots and kings. That doesn't really feel like someone made it, like some dude invented it, because a dude really didn't, but like no one went, oh yes, I've invented an idea of a king. Like that's not really how it came about, but the position was made by people. Capital was created by people. Someone at some point made more money investing in a business than running a business and kind of began doing that more. And other people's, like, these things happened in time. It didn't happen in a single moment. It's not a definable thing, but that's not how anything works. The way that these things are made, the form or quality of the socious is itself produced, but as the unengendered, as the causa sui, the self-caused. These social formations appear eternal. They appear to be natural preconditions, but they're actually historical products. These things then fall back, and this is the social relations of things, because that apparent autonomy, that again, we didn't make capitalism. Capitalism sort of appeared, and the capitalists just appeared, or they've always been here, or it was inevitable, or oh God, all of these things. The presumed thing that is self-caused is actually made from this. So, that would be kind of how I'd phrase that. It falls back and it appropriates the forces that it falls back on. They use the se rabat sur a lot. It falls back on, and that you can think of quite literally what they mean. It folds over, falls back on production underneath it. The production, the forces happen, and at the end, they together have this huge organization we can see, and that organization seems to sort of fold over it and go, yeah, this was capitalism. Capitalism made this, even though it's at the end of the line. Capitalism made this. You see this happen a lot with larger social formations when people get super fashy, like super fashy. You'll hear them give things that seem to be their own cause. Whiteness is a really fun one like that. But, Christianity always existed, even though literally we know when it came about, if you believe even what they believe. So causa sui is kind of this weird way that we don't think about things as being made, but instead as just existing, their own self-cause. And that's what they're playing with here. It's the thing falls back on, appropriates, and then by doing so, it actually, as we regard it as this thing that does that, it's determining forces and accumulations and attractions. It's determining them. It's not saying what they're going to do, no, but it's adding a determination to it. It's adding a social character to the reason things are done. When I give my example, and I use it a lot because it's an important thing to realize, when we talk, we assign social character to things. When I say a surgeon is cutting a patient's skin with a scalpel, we're creating in that a social determination. Now, I'm not saying it's incorrect. That's not the point. But it's socially determining what you're getting out of it. Because when I share that, the way that you go through that sort of process of understanding it is through a very particular set of events. But if I say, oh my God, yesterday I saw this guy, he was like dulling this doctor's scalpel with his skin. That is the same thing, but it sounds different and also seems to have completely different thrust in it, but it's the same thing, same stuff, but we're adding color to it. We're adding things that determine accumulations and forces. It gives a social character. It sounds unhinged to say that this guy was dulling this. It sounds insane, but it's not. It's not different. It's not different. It's the same stuff. But because when we talk, things have a social character. It sounds insane because socially it would be. Why would anyone ever do that willingly? And then they talk about going under the knife themselves, like, because that social character is determined. And that's kind of how there's a reason all this is important. We're about to get to the second task, and all of this is the thing. All of our language is determined that way. All of our relationships are determined that way. So when they say these things would not assume a social character otherwise, that's the deal. So they say it is indeed in this sense that social production is desiring production itself under determinate conditions. This is, again, when we talk about social and desiring production, when we talk about desire, all of those things, the presumption is that we're talking about molecular, and then molar is some other thing. When we talk about the danger of representation, a lot of people in Deleuze get stuck with the idea that representation is like false images of ideality. It's like, no, they're material too. Like, it's material too. Just letting you know, it's all material. Yes, even that, whatever the fuck you were thinking, even that. No. The social order is desiring production. Desire and production and social production are not two sides of the same coin. They're two parts of the same system at different scale. And when we're talking about particular determinate desiring production, this is social production, determinate conditions. Very, very specifically. It's the idea of, and again, they're kind of referencing Spinoza here. I've got a lot of Spinoza on the brain. I reread Ethics 2 weeks ago, and it's kind of not stopped fucking with me. But it's, if there's infinite modes of things, those are determinate expressions of the infinite substance. He's
now recording.
Well, hello there. How are you doing? Why did you wait so long to join? That's weird. Did someone ask it to join? What the fuck happened? All right, we have an Alistair bot who records us on occasion. So to continue, the point here is to play with that. So Reich, who is like the inspiration for this book, talked through and tried to figure out why men desire their own subjugation, why men desire their own repression, why they fight for it as much as possible. He got stuck in Freud. Got stuck in Marx. And they kind of, the challenge with both of them is they didn't seem to cross over. But no, because Marx saw labor and the social order and production, and Freud saw the unconscious as a separate domain. And they're like, no, there isn't two sides of this. It's not like Reich said, where we have to understand Marx and we have to understand Freud, and they're two separate things. Like, no, it's the same shit. All of it is the same shit. It's one domain. There's one productive machinic unconscious that is operating across all things. All things. There isn't like two sides of a coin. Nope, one coin, one side of one coin. We just have different scales of it, different settings for it, more or less. The molar and molecular is the reason they use that set of terms. Then the last sentence, these determinate conditions are thus the forms of gregariousness as a socious or full body, under whose effect the molecular formations constitute molar aggregates. And then they kind of, I think it worked out. Let me know if it didn't. They kind of bring it all together. Back again to this molecular-molar distinction. This is the big deal. Moles, if you don't know, it's a chemistry term, but it's like you have one molecule or you have a mole, a bunch of the shit. It is the way all of this works. You have the molecular is the single. A mole is not non-molecular. That'd be fucking... I have a pile of carbon here. I have a carbon brick. That's only one carbon. No, there's a lot of carbon in that. Yes, but I have one carbon. That's not how it works. Molecular and molar are at the same time. They're the same thing, but they operate and work with us differently. I mean, that's fine, but they're the same stuff. So when we have the molecular, we have this intensive, processual, sub-representational element. The molar is extensive, organized, and representational. Gregariousness is the play of how animal behavior at large works, or human behavior at large seems to work. Gregariousness is used often by Nietzsche. This paragraph's heavy Nietzsche, by the way, if I haven't said. But it's about like herd mentality or group mentality, people at large. When he's talking about the slave mentality, morality, or he's talking about master morality, he's not talking about any individual person. He's talking about the gregarity of things, the gregariousness. And here they're taking that and they're talking about the gregariousness of the molecular processes being taken as large, as stable social formations. Does all that make sense? Because when we move into the next paragraph, it's a lot, and it doesn't stop. YouTube is going wild right now because it's YouTube. What do you expect? There's a reason we host these in Discord after all. Shakespeare says, in Anglo-Saxon, the word we now say Lord was originally Halford, means protector of loaves of bread, which is a despot. Yeah. I'm not going to talk about Death Stranding, YouTube. Later, another time, because we have a lot to get into. So that paragraph is trying to extract and pull you into a place and build you well where you go, hey, I am group. I am this. I am that. They want us to realize that you aren't, that process of selection that has happened, that process is the schiz, is the schizo, is the process of building that. When they use this example, and I'm just going to touch into it because it's going to be really important. When the schizophrenic says that he's Jesus Christ or Napoleon or whatever it may be, Obama, George Bush, or King George, it doesn't matter. The schizophrenic says this. It's not that they're not that. It's not that they are that. That what they're doing is not just saying random shit. What's happening is the forces within them are coalescing in such a way, their only ability to make claim to them is to say that they are that thing. When you say you are hungry, or I say I am Brooks, there's no difference. You can say there's more objective reality. Maybe. But the process that sets it up, that enables me to make the claim that I am Brooks, is no different than the process that makes them say, I am Jesus. We can see this process operate all the time. So how do we find this? How do we see this process? Well, the process doesn't just come from me. It's not a personal thing. It's not me doing it. It is the space, the area I'm able to play within that enables me to make claims to the things I claim, that enables the forces to interact as they do. But it isn't really. The forces are actually what produce that space. Video games don't have actual boundaries. That's not how it works. What you have is someone who's placed things and put forces in such a way that they interact only in certain ways. There's actually no boundaries. Even if you say, well, I ran into an invisible wall. Yes, so you did what? That's not how that works. The mechanic is actually that at the edge of the world, they've stopped you from being able to move. You actually are just not getting feedback anymore. The forces at play that are enabled, your attraction, what you want, what you're entertained by, is determined by the forces. It isn't they create the system falls back on, and then we ascribe all of that to it. But that's not actually how it works. And these determinate conditions that desire exists in at the molecular that are sort of directed particularly. They're not aimed at a thing. You're setting up in a very particular way. And Drippy, this text is like literally, I'm so sorry that this is like your first reading joining us. For those who are new, and I probably should have done this at the beginning because we did have like a huge influx of people thanks to the I should say what Philosophy Tube's fans thought was my transphobic rant yesterday. Hi, I'm Brooks. For 5 years, every week ish, there have been a couple breaks, 1 or 2 weeks at a time. But for 5 years, I've been reading Anti-Oedipus over and over. We're almost done with our third time through. And people join me. A few people in the room here have literally been here since the beginning, or come in and out. And we read it. We are not at the beginning of the book. Anti-Oedipus itself is probably... I've read a lot of philosophy. This is some of the most complicated, jargon-filled, outright confusing. It's not, once you get through it and you're able to make sense, confusing is the wrong word, but it does seem that way at first. It's one of the most absolutely opaque books. And we are on page 343. So I am so sorry, Drippy. I apologize. We have every recording. You can go back and start at the beginning of the book, and it's me reading and people asking questions and all that stuff. It's on YouTube. I have to fix our podcast, apparently. Spotify changed how they did podcast stuff. So calling chapter 4 not the beginning is wild. Chapter 4 is not the beginning. This book is written in order, very particular. But just to mention, it is a very, very big book filled with a lot of very, very dense things. And we're just right here. So it's going to be tougher. And it's going to be a lot. But if you want to start AO or any of the other readings, DGQC, if you jump on in, you can see the events, sign up for a reading or two. We've got a handful of really, really fantastic Nietzsche readings. We've got a lot going right now. We've got a lot of really good readings. Check them out, join them. And I tend to have open office during the week at some point so people can ask questions about AO or other things. You can always start at the beginning. We have our coldness and cruelty reading. Ben is here. Sorry. Ben's been reading Coldness and Cruelty. And it's a phenomenal book. And we've got a lot of really good readings. And so it's worth checking out. And we have a reading coming soon. Yes, Shakespeare, of The Drug Cartels Do Not Exist, which is a left turn I had to take a few years ago, which is it's a weird sentence. It's still a weird sentence for me to say out loud because it's so built into pop culture as the cartels. But it's similar to saying, there's no such thing as feudalism. Fucking like feudalism didn't actually happen. And then a mud flood feels like the next step, but it's not. And yes, there is a Klosowski reading coming in the next couple weeks to start Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle, which is amazing. I went down the road with Klosowski really, really hard 4 weeks ago and started reading. So 3.5 years ago, I started learning to read French so I could read Anti-Oedipus. And it's maybe the best thing I've ever done for myself. I shouldn't say that. I've been very lucky, but it's been very good for me because there's a lot of untranslated Klosowski that I just like short pamphlets. He wrote a lot of essays and quick things that are like 5 pages, 10 pages that are amazing that no one's translated to English. So I just have started doing that. Klosowski's so good. It's so good. And then I'll get back. Ilya, if you're still here, say hello, and then I'll answer your question as well. So there is a specific writer. And 1 second. Her name is Elizabeth Brown, and I want to get the title right. Her paper is The Tyranny of a Construct, Feudalism and the Historians of Medieval Europe. And it's from 1994. So we're, only 30 years late to that one. But basically, she just went, hey, what are the sources of feudalism? And then went, holy fuck, are you kidding me? There's like nothing. And the answer is kind of Yeah, there's not really a lot. So Elizabeth Brown's paper, The Tyranny of a Construct, Feudalism and Historians of Medieval Europe, it's in the Discord if you want to join. It's a beast. It's a beast of a paper to read. So give that a shot. Ilya, if you are still listening, where do I start with Deleuze? I'm going to be putting a video out later this week on how do I start with philosophy, because it should have been my first one in the How to Philosophy series, so I'm kind of doing a falling back on myself and all that. But the answer is to just start. Find people who are going to be constructive and help you through things. There are a lot of people that do that. It's not just the QC, although I will say, join us, discord.gg/DGQC if you like what I do, patreon.com/DGQC. Join, it's a good place. I like it. And it's been, I think, very good for a lot of people to actually go into readings that I never thought they'd go into. If you have that group, then just pick up a book, even Anti-Oedipus, and just read. And if you get confused, ask questions. And if you see a reference that's interesting, go. Don't finish the book. Don't force yourself to keep going. Find your attraction and find the thing that you like, because you're starting. You don't know why. Don't finish. Don't. You don't need to. Go find the thing that attracts you, that inspires you, that makes you interested. And then go read that stuff. We've had people come in for Anti-Oedipus who end up like, okay, I kind of get it. Well, who's this Latour guy? And then like off the fucking deep end with Latour, which I don't mind at all. Latour is wonderful. Serres, you'll end up like, there's so many amazing writers that are sort of in this realm, but we've had people do the same thing with like the pre-Socratics. We've had like, it's amazing. Go find the thing that inspires you and then learn it, and you'll find that you can. That's what you do. That's what you do. Read Camus. Camus is great. I think all of Camus. I like Camus a lot. Is it great philosophy? No, it's really great prose, and it's very thought provoking. But it's like, yeah, just do that. Before we move on, is everyone following the idea of the gregarious aggregates, the groups, the way we think of these things, the way that the forces actually, and how they exist and what they're doing, what they produce, determines the possibility space of what is seen as what they're allowed to produce. It's tough, but it's good. Some French people I meet are the most annoying humans to be around. Congratulations on being able to read French. My friend, you need to travel. You've traveled. I got to tell you, there's annoying people everywhere. There's really annoying people everywhere. There is some annoying motherfuckers in a lot of places. There's some fucking super annoying goddamn people everywhere. It is. Life is filled with them. And it ain't just that.
Okay. Okay. I have to say, like, I've been trying to learn French, and I'm just saying, like, the people that live in France does not make it easier. I'm just gonna put it that way.
So first off, learning any language helps being wherever you are. But I'll also say the people who and I'm gonna generalize here, but people who travel or live, I'll actually be very specific. People who come to America from other countries and decide to live here are like, generally, and there's exceptions to this. It's like a 50-50 rule, but I find that they have a larger cohort of insufferable fucks than if I was fortunate. I used to travel a fuck ton to Europe, thanks to work. I actually had a year pass to the Musée de Moderne. I was in Paris enough to actually justify that.
Very interesting.
And in Paris, as long as you are nice about it and you're not like being a shitty tourist, like forcing them to listen, if you're open to corrections, if you're open to things, people are very cool about you speaking really bad French, as long as you're aware and humble about the fact that you're speaking fucking bad French. But I think that's true everywhere. I learned very little while I was in Sweden, and I worked in Sweden quite a bit. But they're very, like, they were affable and everything in the same exact way, as long as you're humble about it. Because I'd go, and it doesn't matter where you go, but if you're like a person who is like demanding they give you help, which is a real thing people do, especially Americans, it works more poorly. It works more poorly, I would say.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that I think that French are kind of being known for being blunt, like being negative for no reasons. So, but just want to speak up.
No,
a
it's
little bit.
fair. No, it's fair. I would say, as far as the negative, in my experience, Russians I've worked with, and Eastern Bloc people have a much more different type of negativity. Cultures are fascinating, but again, they're built. People are built, and it's really interesting to see that. But no, I think if you're learning French, the toughest thing is, for me, speaking, and I just gave up on it. Terrence Blake, who's a fantastic writer on Deleuze and Laruelle and a few others, studied under Deleuze. Really fantastic, interesting guy. Australian French accent, so genuinely one of the fucking weirdest out of left field accents. But he said to me almost not to bother learning to speak it, like unless I was going to move there. He's like, when I moved to France, his wording was, within a year, I could read almost anything, but I couldn't order a baguette to save my life. And I get that. And so the moment I gave up on trying to even fucking speak it, and it became more like just reading, it just saved my sanity. Saved my sanity. Because I couldn't fucking do it. I couldn't do the speaking. It was terrible. All right. We are doing the next paragraph today, because I'm not going to spend 2 hours on just the first part of a repeated paragraph. Everyone ready? Now we can present the second thesis of schizoanalysis. Within the social, I'm going to start that fucking over. Now we can present the second thesis of schizoanalysis. Within the social investments, we will distinguish the unconscious libidinal investment of group or desire and the preconscious investment of class or interest. It's a big deal. The latter passes by way of the large social goals and concerns the organism and the collective organs, including the arranged vacuoles of lack. A class is defined by a regime of syntheses, a state of global connections, exclusive disjunctions, and residual conjunctions that characterize the aggregate being considered. Membership in a class refers to the role in production of anti-production, to the place in the inscription, to the portion that is due the subjects. The preconscious class interest itself thus refers to the selections of flux, to the detachments of codes, to the subjective remains of revenues. And from this viewpoint, it is indeed true that an aggregate comprises practically only a single class. That class which has an interest in a given regime. The other class can constitute itself only by counter-investment that creates its own interest in terms of new social aims, new organs and means, a new possible state of social syntheses. Whence the necessity for the other class to be represented by a party apparatus that assigns these aims and means and effects a revolutionary break in the preconscious domain, the Leninist break, for example. In this domain of preconscious investments of class or interest, it is therefore easy to distinguish what is reactionary or reformist, or what is revolutionary. But those who have an interest in this sense are always of a smaller number than those whose interest in some fashion is had or represented. The class, from the standpoint of praxis, is infinitely less numerous or less extensive than the class taken in its theoretical determination. whence the subsisting contradictions within the dominant class, i.e. the class pure and simple. This is obvious in the capitalist regime where, for example, primitive accumulation can take place only for the benefit of a restricted fraction of the whole of the dominant class, but it is just as obvious for the Russian Revolution with its formation of a party apparatus. They reference Dobb here, and we'll take a second after this. There are reasons why the full flowering of industrial capitalism demands not only a transfer of titles to wealth into the hands of the bourgeois class, but a concentration of the ownership of wealth into much fewer hands. This is one of the challenges with things is understanding what is when I talk about how a game, the forces within it play in certain ways, the thrust here, and it's that first bit. They're distinguishing particularly, and remember, desire is pre-conscious, pre-personal. This is not what you want. This is the things that are pushing the forces, the flux of social forces, the flux of desire, all of that. They're distinguishing between the unconscious libidinal investment of group or desire, that's one, and the pre-conscious investment of class or interest. That setup puts us in a very particular place and a very particular way of dealing with these things. Because we have to start to think about, well, wait, if these social forces aren't, I'm not going to use the word real, but if the space of capitalism is not teleologically set up, is not teleologically placed, is not sort of predetermined, how do these things form and how do they play in that certain way? Are you bougie? Am I bougie? Is Hassan bougie? Is Philosophy Tube a bourgeois? What is it? What is that? And how do these things play? Because we have the two setups. We have, just to go back to the phrasing there, within the social investments, which remember, social investments are desiring machines determined. They distinguish between unconscious libidinal investment of a group or desire, the unconscious libidinal investment of group, and the preconscious investment of class. There is a huge distinction here that is unique to their philosophy, to me at least. I'm welcome to anyone else who's sort of talked about this before. I haven't found it. But the way that why do people vote against their own interests? Like what I say, when you say interest, why are poor white people, or why are even bourgeois white people or black people voting for who they vote for? Why in general? Oh, it's ideology. Okay, so you know what is in their best interest. You actually know this. You don't have investments as well socially that's determining these things. You aren't placed, because the reality is, well, we have classes and we have some level of placed interest, and we can say it's rational for working class people to fight for thing X, or it makes sense why Elon Musk would never vote for a Democrat. Like when you say shit like that, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. There's like rational sort of push there, but libidinal investment can contradict this, like immediately, like in every way. And so you have this really weird topographical way of looking at the unconscious that they're opening up with here. So I'll make a few statements, and then as we go, I'll ask more or less, kind of keep in the back of your mind. The people who vote for Trump, vote for MAGA, yet have seemingly a revolutionary interest or investment they want things to change, and so they want to burn the system down. They want it all to fucking go away, so they vote for Trump. Or people who are so deeply, deeply conservative they can't help but want to keep things the same, but then they talk about and then they vote for the candidates who do the opposite. It's entirely possible. Also possible to have a match, for sure, but these things aren't really necessarily different, and they don't necessarily they are necessarily different. Sorry, I meant it's been a long read so far. This thing they're playing with pushes it into a combination of not just sort of personal, pre-personal, but also political economy. And if at this point you've been following us, you know that they don't believe there's a such thing as a single person who's necessarily, you are built, you are formed. You and the potential of what you see in the world and your place in it is formed by time and forces at play. And then there you are claiming those things as if they were necessarily always true. And then those things moving forward out and becoming the thing that then determines what you do. That's why they say the latter passes by way of the large social goals and concerns the organism and the collective organs, including arranged vacuoles of lack. The large social goals, these pre-conscious investments, your group, they operate necessarily. And they find themselves in these large social goals that then again fall back and do these things. This and the collective organs arranged into vacuoles of lack. The structured absences, the built-in missing things that are organized around what is missing rather than what is productive. The setup and the play here is very specific. Marx talked about capital as a collective organism. And they're dissecting that a bit and saying it's not so much that capital is a collective organism. Not only that. There's another step. The large social goals, the latter, this is the pre-conscious investments of class or interest. Where you see your class, where you see your position, where you see yourself socially and how you're positioned in it. This is the setup. It's that goes by way of the organism, the collective goals, including arranged vacuoles, like the organism at large, the arrangement of everything and the forces and interplay there. That thing that they're playing with here, then they say, a class is defined by a regime of syntheses, states of global connections, exclusive disjunctions, residual conjunctions that characterize the aggregate being considered. For Marx, class was, to be frank, a kind of a technical, I would argue oversimplified. I would argue oversimplified sort of thing. You are this class or that because of very particular interest. No, instead, class sort of comes from the three synthesis, the connection, disjunction, conjunction, these fundamental elements and ways that things are moving that then produce and create and enable. And the global connections are how things are allowed to interact in a system that is totalizing, like capital, for example. And through this, you end up with necessarily, you have global connections, which are connecting global objects, which aren't immanent, but instead ideal. They're representational. You have exclusive disjunctions that are either or. You can't be both. Just to say, can someone be bourgeois and proletariat at once? No, of course not. Exclusive disjunctions and residual conjunctions. Subjects that are leftovers, residuals, remainders of this process. Classes are not, your class is not a pre-given sociological entity. but it is a configuration of how the forces interact and produce. Segregation, Dan Brooks. If we have investments that make us say what we do, so do they. Correct. There's no. Everyone is produced. Correct. Everyone is produced. That is correct. Everyone is produced. Everyone's produced. But again, it's exclusive. So if you're not that, then you're this. The exclusive disjunction is that. I mean, again, what is someone supposed to do when they like? Where are you giving them room? If your world is that of the exclusive disjunction, where people can be either bourgeois or they can be proletariat, and I can tell you the visual and emotional baggage that comes with what the proletariat is, and if someone doesn't feel that, they don't feel they're part of the working class because they've thing my grandfather used to do, my dad a little bit, others a lot too. A lot of people talk about an honest day's work. Blue collar work is an honest day's work. White collar work, not referred to the same. White collar people, they don't really get their hands dirty. I feel the calluses on your hands, the pride in hard labor. This is seen as bourgeois? No. It actually comes a lot from the bourgeois. I don't know a lot of people who actually ditch dig and do that work every single day and like the first day they're doing it, romanticize it. They have to build resentment and be proud of their awful living and working conditions in order to cope. That builds over time. But someone who's maybe just had a comfortable-ish lower middle class life, they're not allowed. Where do you sit? The exclusive disjunction is social. These things are produced. The residual conjunctions that characterize the aggregate being considered. Membership in a class. Membership in a class refers to the role in production or anti-production, to the place in the inscription, to the portion due subjects. Production or anti-production. Anti-production is, just think of it as the thing that limits production, places blockages. It's an affirmative thing. It's not like antimatter. But instead moving in a different place, right? Bureaucracy, for example, is like anti-production. Administration, state apparatus, these things. We take these and then we place their inscription. We reference social inscription here, basically to talk through the recoding and coding of the productive flux itself. Membership in the class refers to the role in production or anti-production, the place in inscription, and the portion due the subjects. The distributive justice of things. These portions are not produced effects. They're not natural rights. Class membership here, and as they're talking about it, is not based on the ownership of the means of production alone, but one's function in the apparatus of all of it. All of it. All of it. All of it. Secret Agent Dan, what is a union member if they retire with a very comfortable retirement account? What is the people who had the fund behind the police union or behind the UAW, which is a huge battle chest of cash? And the people who manage unions. Again, I'm not against unions. That's not the conversation. But the question is, what is the membership in a class? Are they necessarily proletariat? Is Nancy Pelosi proletariat? Is AOC proletariat? Like these words start becoming different. They start shifting. They start playing. And what actually puts us in a class where we actually find ourselves is, as they say, it is our role in production or anti-production, the place of the inscription, the portion that is due the subjects. The preconscious class interest itself thus refers to the selection of flux, the detachment of codes, and the subjective remains, or revenues. Class interests involve channeling or damming the flux, blocking it, creating neutralizing forces. or encouraging the flux in other ways. It's that stuff. Or it's about the detaching codes, the separation of meaning making from productive elements, right? It's subjective remains or revenues. What's kind of a means returns, revenues, because it's revenues are the returns on an investment. That's what they mean by revenues. They're kind of playing with investment here. That's why they're going back and forth on the determines income, revenues, get it? But it's, again, that we exist as like this economic remainder of what is sort of allowed, what comes back from the productive process. You're what's left over. Your subjectivity is what is left over, and the position that leftover takes. That's the preconscious class interest. From this viewpoint, it is true that an aggregate comprises practically only a single class, that class which has an interest in a given regime. So there's only one class ever that has an interest in a regime. The challenge becomes that it isn't the bourgeois versus the proletariat. No, there is the bourgeois. The proletariat is a reaction to that. It's a hell of a critique, by the way. I think it's a hell of a fucking critique.
Can I ask something?
Please go for it, Suresh.
So it sounds like this presents a lot of limitations to class solidarity as a basis for politics.
No,
or rather that class solidarity should spread across different particular roles.
It's the important thing for them is, so let me pull back. It don't start in the social of like what they see in the social. Instead, think about what is the emancipatory potential of what they're offering. For them, they kind of come back to, and this is why I'm doing the Klosowski reading, because again, this is how I read it, but the Spinoza talks in the very same way too. So Nietzsche, all of this. It's not that we find freedom in choice or that any of those things. It's the more that we're able to understand our position and how we are produced, the more that we're able to, as we reflect on it, to shift how we effectively deal with those things. And as such, gives us emancipatory potential. So if, for example, we are looking at the world and finding ourselves building resentment that why is it that we feel we have no power, we have no power, we have no power. We say this a million times. And it's like, well, that's because there is no such thing as the proletariat. We're fucked if we sit and we go, this is the because if you haven't been to a communist meeting in your lifetime, you'll notice if you ever go that they are extremely, extremely built on what is someone against rather than what is someone for. They're very built on the reaction to the bourgeois.
Negativity.
Whereas the bourgeois is very successful because, and this is Nietzsche, they're not obsessed with they don't react to the proletariat unless they have to. Mm-hmm. What they're doing is they're just doing their thing. They're invested in the social space. From this viewpoint, they say it is indeed true that an aggregate practically only has a signal. Practically. They don't mean it in the term that we say like, oh, it's practically empty. No. That has an edge to it emotionally. They mean it in the sense of like in practice, that practically there is only a single class, that class which has an interest in a given regime.
Changing things or not changing things.
No, not even that. Their investment is in that regime. The dominant class is the only one. Other groups exist, but can't be called class because they do not have a coherent interest. Because
only in reference to their exceptionality from the ruling.
They don't even have that because they're not invested in anything. So someone who's bourgeois, for example, their investment is in the current order. And this is why I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent. I apologize. Zionism is a really fascinating social phenomenon. in a lot of different ways. I was having a conversation with someone last night. Don't know if they're in it for the right reasons, but it is the right conversation to have. Someone will say, hey, Hollywood has a bunch of Jews. You go, that's factual. I mean, I've worked for members of the tribe and they make jokes about it. Like there's a reason that Hollywood shuts down on the high holidays, and it's kind of a running joke. Actually, there's like, it's a whole thing. We know this, but wait, there's layers. Are they Zionists? No, but maybe. Zionist presumes very particular social goals and interests, but they are definitely all bourgeois because their interest is in the social system. Zionist is actually not interested in the social system we currently have. They have a very particular thing they're pushing against, but it's mostly a reaction actually to the larger social system. The thing that's happening when we conflate these things is we assume people are actually invested in different parts of the social. No, there is the way that things work. There is the system at large that functions, that channels, that dams, that does what it's doing. And there is an interest, an actual interest in the existing regime only by the dominant class. Every other group is sure, they're in the social formation, but they aren't really a class because their coherent interest has to be tied to alternative social goals, which are not there. There isn't actually another thing to invest in.
Well, so far as they are, maybe they're all like incoherent and different and divergent.
They're a reaction. They're necessarily a revolutionary class consciousness, and this is really the thrust of what they're going at, because there's this idea, and it's a running idea. This is, if you want to talk about like Islamic jihad all the way to like leftist awakenings, to anarchist societies, to how conservatives are talking about Iran right now. Like there's going to be this uprising, a revolution. There is revolutionary interest that will happen. And the moment that the oppressed learn their truth, they will rise up. And it's like, no, they don't have interest in it. They have interests in things as they are. You can't just reorganize existing interests and then claim it's a new interest. You actually have to build entirely new interests for people to become invested in. That's the big deal here. This is how hegemony works. This is like Gramsci talks about this. Gramsci really does really good work on this, because the people right now in America, what are you? You're against things? Sure. What are you actually invested in socially? What is the thing being put in front of you that you are There isn't anything. There isn't. We don't have a coherent group because there's no singular interest. People aren't seeing their interest on anything. The Democrats are fucked on this, but so are Republicans. Everyone's basically getting in line because this is how things are. And you can be invested in that, or you can be invested in nothing. This doesn't mean that you don't have desire or the flux of change, or wanting things to change, or feeling stymied. This is not invalidating any of those things. But if you don't have a place to put them socially, what do you do? If a child grows up in a world where one day someone says to them, hey, art's really great, drawing's fun, but they can't find coloring pencils and crayons, what do? Do they invent a new way to, maybe they'll start coloring on the walls? What do they get invested in? People get invested in the social order. There's only one class. Everything else is reacting to that and trying to do something, but they don't actually have a formation to hang their hat on or to get hooked into. The other class, this is the next line. The other class can constitute itself only by a counter-investment that creates its own interest in terms of new social aims, new organs and means, a new possible state of social syntheses. But how do they do it? Oh, we do it with the same methodology. We create ideas, we create stories, we create symbols. But wait, how the fuck does that work? That's not what they're not invested in, like as much as they were invested in Trump Daddy or whatever. That's not the thing. All of that is just the social world that we've all been born into, we live into, we deal with. They're invested in the stuff. So if I come up with a new thing, well, they're still invested in the stuff, or they're reacting to it, but what is that thing? How do I attach to that thing? It's it's tough. And that, go
I
ahead.
excellent summary, and I just want to chime in a little bit to maybe make your way a little bit more explicit. Even within the so-called academic discourse, there has been even since the 80s, I think, they have pretty much a consensus of how liberalism can basically work with conservatives to form fascism together. And it's not a new thing, right? But so I think what you're saying is that, okay, what if these material conditions, they disappear, and then, for example, they invest in something like sports, they go into stadiums, right? And even my professor that studied Nietzsche in my school even says that there's this phrase called 8-cent billionaires, 8-cent millionaires, right? So I think that kind of flux or whatever, the social investment that was diverted into like a separate plane instead of the thing that they can reasonably expect. Is this the thing that you're referring to?
Yeah, so the challenge becomes, and it's why the distinction they make is very important. We cannot presume that people have a grasp or an investment in something naturally, because even the classes themselves are defined and built socially. But if they're defined and built socially, that means that the things people are invested in are invested socially. And how do we then, if we're going to create a counter investment, you have to build something that is actually something that is investable.
Exactly.
That's the
right.
play.
But because of the 8-cent millionaires that are never going to make it investable, then they put that kind of dream into the next generation. So because they can invest and castrate their own sons or middle child or the older daughter, that's what they can invest in, right? That it becomes a para-Oedipal complex instead of a Oedipal conflict, right? So this
is why they're very specific in here. It's why I want to, when we go, the push they're making is to go, hey, this is why Russia happened the way it did. This is why the USSR happened the way it did, by the way. This is why China happened the way, this is why, hey, isn't it weird? All of these like communist, and if you go back, you read writings, like even Stalin's writings, like he had good shit on the dialectic that was kind of interesting, and Lenin's writings, yet they ended up with a brutal totalitarian regime that was like,
exactly.
but it's because, where were their investments? Well, where were they actually at? And that's the play they're playing with, because this is, again, like these things are playing towards Lenin, playing towards Gramsci, playing towards all of this and saying, hey, they were talking about these things. It's the next line, just real quick. Sorry, LJ. Whence the necessity for the other class to be represented by a party apparatus that assigns these aims and means and affects a revolutionary break in the preconscious domain, the Leninist break. The revolutionary interests do not exist spontaneously. You do not have a moment of waking up. Sai Qutb, who wrote originally about like Islamic jihad and had some crazy fucking things. I do appreciate that his time in Colorado, which is my home state, he made him grow into a hatred of how people built lawns that no one could play in. Like literally, people would, the wealthy spend their time grooming lawns that they won't allow their children to play in, I think is a line from his major thesis, which I appreciate. But when they did their thing, they took an attack on Egypt and they killed the president. It was like, oh my God. And they did it because they thought if we just cut the head off the snake, all the rulers and all the people underneath them would rise up. It's what the U.S. is doing in Iran, or done in Iran, I guess, a couple of times, or pick a country, or what Israel's trying to do in Lebanon, or fucking everywhere else.
If Donald Trump loses the next election, then we can roll it all back.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's hey, if we just get rid of the leader, everyone else will rise. It's like, no, they don't have a place to put their energy. They don't exist spontaneously. So what we've done is we've said, okay, well, then we have to assign it. And that's when the Leninist break. Lenin wrote about revolutionary consciousness as coming from the outside, as this thing that's like pushing away from the actual economic struggle. Russia, early days, tough time. We'll just say tough time, USSR, for the first few years. Not just the first, like really tough. And so For him, it was like finding this ideality external that we can go, oh, well, we create this party apparatus that isn't just the actual immediate struggles of people. We can do this. And they're like, we get why they needed to do that, because if they hadn't, it would have devolved into the same thing as before, because it's like these things. But like, that's why the party was able to be effective. It wasn't just that they had a revolution. It was that they had a revolution and created a party apparatus. China did this extremely successfully. I mean, I not to be like it's good, but like, holy fuck, if you want to talk about a party apparatus, China's fucking got that shit down. But what is it? Well, it's because when they did the thing, they needed to put their energy somewhere. They needed to be able to invest in a structure. There has to be a setup, a procedurality that they can play with that allows that. Otherwise, these things would devolve, and they would devolve back into the system that was there before, or just simply falling apart. Because if people don't have a place to put their energy, they'll find a place to put their energy. And so that break was enabled by the party. That's why these revolutions were successful while others have failed. And they put successful with a big fucking asterisk, so they don't think these were good things. They're just using them as examples. Right?
Just to push this a little bit more, I want to see because I remember this thing that you mentioned before about how what's to properly depolarize the conflict. Like if people are asked by a corporate to repeatedly work in front of a cashier for hours on end without stop, does that mean that they have no leftover energy? Because, if you look at some people, they invest a lot of energies in their online discourse. Like they are, and they do participate in some of these discourse. And the way that people cannot invest is different in, say, the United States versus if you look at the Chinese people. Like there's a lot of things that they can invest in. Like, particularly most people in politics, they just simply do not have any capacity to invest in. So I do want to kind of see, are these two the same, or are they a little bit different? Because I feel like when you say, the Chinese push it to a different level, I do agree. It's definitely not in a even particularly productive way. I just want to see, what is this?
So here's, when we talk about the success of the revolution, they're being very particular, and I probably should be a little bit more careful with my words. The revolution, they're talking about May 68. They're comparing things to things like May 68 or the first French Revolution or whatever it may be, where things kind of fell back into whatever role they were, or Orangism is a great example of that moment where we got rid of the despot, but we need something to believe in, but I freed you. We're going to kill you and put the despot back in power, basically. And that would be an unsuccessful revolution. For them, they're like, hey, look, we've had these overturnings of entire state apparatuses. Now, it led to states. China is a brutal totalitarian regime. The USSR was horrifying. All these I'm not saying the U.S. is good. This is not that. But hey, how do we change one to the other? And they're like, hey, take a second and realize that anytime we didn't have the state apparatus in some capacity, whether it was the party or anything, if you didn't have larger social systems that people can invest in, the shit doesn't work. And this is why they're like, hey, this separation is a big deal. We need to understand that it's not just the revolutionary desire to change, but it's also this pre-conscious understanding of my place in things. The party gave them the ability to achieve a break in the pre-conscious domain. It doesn't guarantee an unconscious libidinal break. That's a different thing, because that's the other half of this, where it's like, hey, look, the party enabled them to make that leap. I don't want to say intellectually, because that's the wrong word, but pre-consciously. They were able to find a place pre-consciously where they belong in society, how they right themselves against others, thanks to the party. But their investments then turned and were reactionary, and it went, we'll just say, a bad direction. But again, they want to denote the separation of the two, where it's like they say, in this domain of pre-conscious investments or class interest, it is therefore easy to distinguish what is reactionary reformist and what is revolutionary. In pre-conscious, what is actually changed versus non-change, it's actually pretty easy to see the thing in the pre-conscious. You can see the programs, you can see the organizations, you can see people's stated outward goals, or even their unstated goals as they sort of do things. You can contrast things with the hypercomplexity of the unconscious libidinal investment. Traditionally, when we talk about political analysis, we tend to talk about the preconscious. And we do that kind of not realizing that it's only one part of the picture, because fascism is not preconscious. Fascism doesn't exist in that space. Fascism and revolution also, but fascism and other phenomenon where people are working against their own rights comes from that second bit, because it's the way that interest works, the way that sets up, and how these things function. I mean, they make the comments, just to move a little bit further, sorry, but those who have an interest in this sense are always of a smaller number than those whose interest is had or represented. So and they use the footnote here, but it's people who are worth $20 million. It's actually not in their interest to vote for Trump. As odd as that may be, and a lot of them understand this, actually. People who don't have all the money, they're not actually finding their interests had in this space. There's a really weird thing happening amongst the rich but not wealthy, which is a distinction, where they're starting to go like, wait, my businesses are being destroyed. The things that I've spent or I own or you're destroying. What the fuck? Because the point is that everything is about, in capital especially, pushing towards even smaller groups, even smaller groups, or even smaller. So it's not really about that those who actually have an interest versus those whose interest is had or represented is kind of the big other side of this. When we talk about, and this is one of those things that's like, there's a phrasing, and I know Estelle's here. I'm going to post the French, because this is one of those things I have a note on that I want to make sure I'm getting right. Estelle, you're in here. I'm posting it in the chat in Discord.
You want me to read it?
No, I want you to talk about the phrasing and the words. So they say have an interest, un intérêt, versus those is had. Now, est eu is not really is had. It's not the same thing as it reads in English. It's kind of a really weird phrasing. It more means something that how to put it? It is not the same thing as saying, oh, those who have an interest versus those whose interest is had. It's in English that translates as, like, there's a nuance there that is coming across emotionally, where I would say something like, Elon Musk actually has, and Trump have interest. They have an interest in the actual, in the thing, versus the system that, versus say the person who's got $10 million and are told, or Trump people or whatever, that their interest is had. It's the apparatus, the organization actually has the thing rather than they do. Does that make sense as I'm saying it? It's a complex translation. Am I making sense, Estelle?
Yeah. It takes me a bit to get my head around it.
Those who have an interest in this sense are always of a smaller number than those whose interest in some fashion. Like, that's fucking weird. And they even put emphasis on it that is lost in the English completely. It means something else, and it's tough for me to even voice this. I'm sorry. It's specifically that, though. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd say it would be gotten is gotten or represented?
Yeah, and that's different than had. Because they're really it's weird. Sorry, I just it's the I just happen to have the French up and I fucking so like if I say un interet, I'm not pronouncing it correctly, I don't care, but ont un interet, it's I have an interest. It's active. It is conscious. It is a thing that is mine. I have an interest. It is had by me. This interest is had by me. Versus the type of interest that is attributed to me or held by someone else. That's the phrasing is almost like if I were to say, when they say represented, it means like how a lawyer represents me in court. They're me by proxy. They're my protection by proxy, but that's my legal interest is invested in that lawyer, is invested in that system. It's held by proxy. It's not had by me, but it's had by the thing. Fuck. Sorry, it's just really, it's very passive versus active. I go on I've been working on this and I have all of these things written down. I have too many fucking notes on Anti-Oedipus at this point, but this is one of those that's like, if I say in English, as they do, their phrasing, those who have an interest are always of a smaller number than those whose interest is had or represented. That doesn't work the same way. Like it doesn't work the same way in English. Maybe I'm just fucking stupid.
What if you were to use the word that actually means like people that don't have an interest as such, disinterested?
Well, so that's they didn't use that. So if we were to say that they don't have an interest, it's not the same thing as saying someone whose interest is had, because they're denoting very specifically an interest that is someone's, that is theirs. That I have a stream you're watching right now, for example, versus the idea that, oh, that stream is like something is had, which is passive, which is assigned to me, which is not mine, but something that is sort of structured around me and put in place. The French phrasing. Let me see if I can just put up. Oh, someone put it. Estelle put it in there. And it is look. I fucking go down weird rabbit holes. That's how this goes sometimes. But I think little things like this, because they have it in quotes in the English, but again, I think it comes around badly, because it's not that my interest is had. Not exactly. I don't think it works as poetically, and I don't think it works as directly. It's about French conjugation, that have and had don't work in the same way. It doesn't work the same way in English. Because that's what they're getting into, and that's like look, this is the thrust of this. As far as I'm concerned, this is the thrust of this paragraph, is like in this sentence. On the one side,
no. I the way how I read it here is, because I'm just trying to work through it too, like, but those who have an interest in this sense are always less numerous than those for whom, right? Like, I guess that's kind of how I'm reading it. from whom like the interest is, and from one facet or another had or represented, right?
Well,
so that don't is instead like from which the interest is, right? But anyway.
Well, no, I think that's so. If I were to just ramble for a second, we tend to think of class analysis as saying that there is a class in itself, as if there's an objective determination between classes. This is the proletariat, here's the bourgeoisie. But that's not really how it works. Instead, there is actually a class for itself. It's those who are invested in the current system. The investment in the current system is the only class that actually can be talked about existing. Everything else is counter investments or secondary things. They need something to invest in. So you can talk about a political party that's invested in their own party, their own class, but that is still this like within the structure. But between these things, this revolutionary party that's changing, counter-invested, and the party who's like actually objectively in that economic position, there's a huge number of people whose interest exists as something that is externally determined. And it sort of is just this unconscious investment, this preconscious investment. It's an externally determined. It's had by their interest is had by the system. Whiteness. Okay. I don't have white privilege. That's not really a thing that like I have or other people have. Well, let me finish. I don't have white privilege. White privilege is something that is had by the system. My interests in general are actually within the system, and they exist in that position. Is that actually my interest? It's not the question, but my preconscious investments, that class ownership, that thing, there are a handful of people who literally run the world and run America, and they control a huge amount of things. That class, that capitalist class, that top tier class, they actually are invested in white privilege. They're invested in white hegemony. They're invested in that very directly because it works really, really well for them. It super fucking works for them. It doesn't work for 99% of other people, but whiteness is built into the system in a way that all white people, their interest is had by the system. And this is no different than capital. The very, very wealthy who absolutely see their realities rebuilt in the system and constantly they're invested in it because it works for them. And then when I say it works, I mean it fucking works for them. They're making billions of dollars. They're fucking incredibly powerful. Jeff Bezos rented Venice. Like the city, not a hotel. He rented Venice.
They can even gain immense amounts of capital without even risking their own.
Yeah, they exist in a way that their investments in the system are actually literally paying dividends. But a lot of people are invested in the system and their interest is externally determined. They're not actually seeing dividends in the system. They're seeing some minor, meager subjectivity that's returned to them or some semblance of, but they're not actually seeing that. Their interest is externally determined. I am someone who I don't like the concept of whiteness. I do actively what I can to try to purge it. I spend time on that. I spend time reading. I spend time meditating. I spend time relating to people. I do what I can. My unconscious investment is revolutionary. I want to overturn it, but my interest is had. No matter what I do, I live in a society. My interest is had by that social order. There's a difference between me having that interest and the interest being had by the social order. There's a difference there.
I guess the way I've thought of it before was that there's a way in which your system is directly, or your interest is directly empowered by the system and run by it, and then there's you are implicated by the system.
Yes. We can go pick an issue. Trans rights. this is going to sound, I think the vast majority of people don't actively care about trans rights or disrights or destroying trans people. I don't think that's, when you evoke it and when you pull it into people, their interest is held by the system. It literally has no impact on them. Like,
Wait. I have a good. I personally consider a good case. Did you know that Musk used to be woke? Like he was with Barack Obama about like climate change and whatever.
Wait,
like,
was there a business reason or a financial reason or
not necessarily? They're just doing this for like the sake of it. Like he used to be actually like woke.
Well, wait.
Mm-hmm.
Was he?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So again,
a lot of people don't know.
But was he woke? So again, this is where it's a question of like the things that we're talking about here. Actually, Musk is probably a really fascinating case. So he used to be, and I'm not going to say, and I don't believe that there's necessarily with him, I don't think he has enough self-control to be like an outright constant liar. I think he's just completely fucked up and like a broken person. But his investments were always in the system. He's been a billionaire for a very long time. And that system, and as that system adjusts, the position of power in the system was that of I don't want to say pseudo wokeness. I would say Obama had some fantastic commentary. Now, his actual investments were the overall arching system of capital, but these other like subsystems, the position of class is that which is your interests are had by the system. But had means two things. The system, your interests are had in the sense of the system determines that you're in that position. And so your forces sort of go in line, or you are actually seeing dividends from it. And so it reinforces and creates like a positive feedback loop. He was at the time when he was most woke or cared about climate change and all these things were financially in his best interest. And if we as a country, this would be the question I ask, if we as a country had continued to fund and overfund electric cars and the solar grid and have bailed out Solar City and all the shit with Musk, would he have turned right?
Well, that's a great question, but I'm just saying, I'm not an expert on studying the history on this area, and there's quite a lot of people actually think that at the time he is not gaining particular financial interest with or regardless of the political situation he was in. He was just there.
Well, there's layers here. So again, when we talk about Elon, when we talk about his wokeness, and we're being very loose when we say this term, he was not a revolutionary changing the world. It's a very particular type of thing we're talking about. But he was raised in South Africa in racial apartheid, very particular social investments in the larger scale of things. And his interests happen to be completely dealt with and satisfied by this system. Now, those interests were white, wealthy, cis, fucking engineer, like all of the shit. He's being constantly reinforced. His interests have always been in line with the system, and he has in turn always aligned with it. The shift isn't really in Musk. It's the subjectivity that is produced that Musk appropriates or takes that the system is leaving over for him. And that shift is a thing that he is, and I find it fascinating. I find what has happened recently with him and Trump like very fascinating, because the moment the system doesn't work for him, and for Trump as well, they begin turning on each other. And this isn't like scammers scamming. Like there's a lot of ways to talk about this. These are exceptionally powerful political figures who are having a weird bitch fight, and they're both turning on each other in very particular ways. Why? Well, underneath it, their investment is in the underlying system, but they have some interests and others that are being accompanied by or cared for, and others that are being left aside or only had by the system and not actually reinforced. This is the thrust of what they're kind of talking about. There's those who actively, and that's why I got stuck on the wording. Sorry, Estelle, thank you for the help. They have an interest versus those whose interest is had. They are the class from the standpoint of praxis versus a class in a theoretical determination. There's a gap between revolutionary organization and mass bases of people. This is why revolutionary movements are themselves and become bureaucratic. They have to represent interests for others rather than expressing interests held by others. Which is a weird, like, you can express it all day. You actually have to, like, represent those interests.
I'm agreeing with what you're saying, and you know, like a lot of saying that when his daughter came out as trans, he was already on a shift to the right wingers. So with or without this person transitioning formally, he would have become a right winger just like today either. So, you know, there are people saying, oh yeah, his daughter transitioning accelerated or is significant, whatever. But of course, you know, that's the online discourse, but everybody knows that it doesn't really change the whatever, right? So you know, I'm just giving in a little bit of the generalized discourse in here because it does talk about this, you know, generalized discourse and how it not represents some things that well appear to represent some things. But anyway.
Well, no, and that's the distinction, and it is the revolutionary movements must enable the representation of interest for others. They have to actually represent those interests. If you've ever been part of any actual political movement, and I don't mean like just phone banking, but if you've actually been part of a super PAC or PAC or political action group that actually goes to the Capitol and deals with things, there's a lot of sides to it. But you can't just say that you're like doing some shit. You can't just express those interests. You actually, and I mean, you can for a little while. You can get away with it for like 6 months. I was having this conversation with someone the other day. PACs are fascinating. If you watch them, you'll see a lot of them spring up and then die within like a year or two because they can express very well for a while. Justice Dems, for example, great example. The Justice Dems expressed what they were going to do, and that works a little while. It works to get people excited, get some money. But if you don't actually represent those interests, and they began not to pretty quickly, actually, like, you know, they got AOC and a few others elected, and then that kind of went away. That they weren't any longer representing the interests of anyone because expressing only works for like a little while. And that's the thrust of the difficulty of actual political change is you must actually represent people's interests versus just expressing their interests. There's a difference. That's why they have the line, whence the subsisting contradictions within the dominant class, i.e. the class, pure and simple. They're being a little shitty here. Go ahead.
Sorry, the express versus associating or representing. I want to chime in a little bit, maybe a little bit Lacan here, where the difference between metaphor and metonymy. Metonymy is going together by association, does not necessarily represent the signifier, while metaphor does use displacement and replacement of the signifier. But metonymy is a close association, but not necessarily substitution of it, where you can see the replacement of interest versus actual expressing both interests at the same time. I think it's probably going to be very useful later on and associated with other kind of text. I just think that this part of Lacan is important.
And I think this works with again, if you're using it as a lens to start looking at movements in general. For me, take something like feminism, like as an example, or queer rights, which is an extension, plays into that. The way you can express this, and you can express it forever, that hey, this is actually good for dudes too. For example, hey, cis dudes, you're fine. This is actually good for you too in the long run. That works a little, but that's like expressing interests in people who you don't ever represent their interests. The most successful of these movements that actually do things actually get people on board. They make movements where it's like, hey, this is actually this. I'm representing your interests. They find ways to grow that versus just expressing that it's their interests. Feminist movements work very well. Queer movements work very well for queer people, for women, and men's rights work for men's rights. There's occasional crossover, but generally speaking, you can express all you want, but actually representing that interest is a different beast. And that is required to get people on board. That some movements work, some don't. But that is kind of the shit. If you're just expressing it, it doesn't do it. Now, for me, for example, because I believe I happen to be around political groups that I was able to find that, oh, fuck, I actually am seeing my interests represented in what on the surface would seem like a very absurd thing. If you didn't know me 10 years ago, I did not have the long hair. In high school, I dyed my hair and I did all kinds of shit, but like I was a professional type and a blah, blah. But over life, that shift has been because I started to see my actual interest represented, not just in this gay rights group, not just in this lesbian movement, but in the idea of queer rights for everyone, because the very nature of my own difficulty of dealing with being a cis man and masculine and all this was the actual internal contradictions and troubles. And when the right group, and it was the right group and the right people, started talking to me about this and helping me work through those things, I found my interest represented in those movements. And this is, I think, what has happened to a lot of men when it comes to the feminist movement, where it extensively is only about, well, why are you on board with that? It's like, because I see in this and I find my interests. But if you don't do that work, if you just express that it's their interests, you will fail to actually get them invested in you and to be able to make that move. And this is the thing underneath all of what they're talking about. They're like, hey, why hasn't there been a revolution and why have we ended in this place? It's like, because the state apparatus, China's Communist Party, I know someone wanted to comment on it, but we'll get back to that at some point. But China's Communist Party actually represents its people. Now, I'm not saying at large, like I can have fucking millions of discussions about the weird Han centrism that exists. But when you go to like areas of China that were not great before, poverty-wise, that were in difficulties, the people there have issues with their local party, but they tend to actually try to do things. There's overbearingness, there's challenges, but people find themselves actually invested in their local parties, and there's a really complicated system for this, the same way that people go to their fucking, school or city council meetings. Like, people find themselves represented, they find their interests represented. And that move happens more imminently, more directly than just expressing it or saying it. So when we have these anti-state revolutions and we turn over the state, we get rid of the czar, or we get rid of and chase off the old party of China, and that setup, we chase them off the fucking mainland. That thing you can't just do and then go, all right, so what now? That's the Zizek question. Okay, you've had a revolution, what now? Because if the answer is, and it kind of has been, it's the only one that's worked, is a semi-state apparatus of a party, we know that direction. But the reason that it works, and because it does, is because people still have something to invest in. They have something to invest in and see change and see themselves in and get dividends from. At large, capitalism does this for a tiny group of people. For everyone else, their interest is had because of the potential and probable space that capitalism enables. Your actual ability to do anything is limited. It's limited. And so you kind of are told that your interests are there, or you kind of are determined to be part of that ruling class, even though you aren't. Hassan, I'm just going to, again, I fucking hate this commentary stuff, but Hassan as a person is rich-ish. Again, a lot of people don't know what rich means these days because it's kind of all over the place. But I know people like him. I know people who are worth 10, 20, 30 million dollars who they are in their 50s or 60s. And that's very good money until you talk to them, because they absolutely know, look, I have good money. That's great. But I'm hoping to live into my 90s and see my grandkids or great grandkids. And here's what it costs for me to have round the clock care when I get sick, because, I'm an ex-smoker, one of them, and they're ill, and they're like, I'm going to die early. Well, then I need to make sure my wife is taken care of. I want my kids to not have to worry about stuff. At that point, they are determined by everybody socially to be part of the bourgeoisie. They have 20 or 30 million. But when you talk to them, they have that fear. They don't have enough. The world is not helping them. It isn't supporting them. It isn't taking care of them, but they're determined socially. Their interest is had by the system. They don't have an interest in the system. They are very successful, sure. They don't have the same worries as the unhoused guy down the street. I get it. But that's how this works. They don't have another option. We don't give them anything else to invest in.
This is very interesting. I want to chime in a little bit about this really, really old pedagogy part about like, are you like...
It is, by the way, just to mention, it is pronounced pedagogy.
Okay. Of course. Anyway, there's something about this, like even English teachers in the college level, they sometimes even go to this very particular area, very, very old as well, about this, external based traditional success versus like, oh, are you personally motivated? And you kind of see that this is weirdly going together. I really didn't expect it to actually go in because it sounds like one of those really old sayings that people just say all the time. It sounds pretty, but nobody knows what to do. But it does bring in, how does it allow people to see themselves as part of that change versus their stuff have been determined from the past at the present and the future, and then nothing really changed, and they're just repeating, right? So I just want to bring in this part because a lot of the things here says are very jargony, but also at the same time very, very, very old. They keep going at it this way, and I think that's why these authors are actually pretty thoughtful to not just push things towards really far away area, but also bring it back to something. Because I do think this align very, very old education ideas about how people develop.
Well,
even before
I think China is, I'm going to keep going back to it because it's tough in America when we talk, people don't really understand how America works. China has a very explicit bureaucracy, so it's kind of a little easier. Like they're like really big on the bureaucracy there, but like the specific function of it's really fascinating because the sort of setup is kind of like, okay, let's say there are party officials. There's not like 10. The U.S. government has like, a couple hundred people in Congress and the Senate, under 1,000 total. And then we've got a bunch of people in the presidency and all of this. Like that's our elected government. But the federal workforce we don't really know about has like 10 to 20 million fucking people in it. And state workforce, like you're talking about insane numbers of people. But we don't talk about it or think about it that way. So it's easier with China to talk about the millions upon millions because they have billions of people, but the millions upon millions of people, to talk about them in a totalized way where they are the Communist Party is the disservice we're talking about. When we talk about it and we think about it that way, what's happening is we're doing things where we're saying, hey, Xi is in charge and he's effectively in charge of the Communist Party. And so his way of operating, which is really political and kind of problematic in some ways, and very Han-centric, but it doesn't extend out. A lot of the people who are in the party at pretty high levels, and this is true in a lot of places. You go to political. I've had times where I've been sitting with the ministers in Taiwan. I've had a weird life, or ministers in the UK, and you see the same thing. You can feel the people who work for them, who are in ostensibly very close to power, like advisors and all of that. They're people who very often deeply care, and they care in a really weird way. It's not that they care about, some are pure career people, but they're in it because they want to make changes. They want to do things. They want to shift the system a little bit. Over time that refines, and over time they rise to the point where their actual interests are actually being represented by the party, because they're at a position where their power, what they're doing in the world, is directly felt and responded. But by getting there, you've got this weird paradox where you're so overinvested in the thing that you've actually begun to recreate it. You see this in people like, for example, Bernie Sanders, AOC. I think they do an exceptional job within what the system is to point out what was wrong and do things. They are within that system. They're not really actually at the point of being bourgeois, though, to the point of Trump or Musk. Their interests are not held in them. Their interests they're not finding them in the system. These are my interests. Their interests are determined by the system. And when we start realizing this about how interests actually come about, how we actually find them or are found for us, it kind of challenges that very, very classic Marxist orthodoxy about there being a coherent ruling class. Like the bourgeois is always doing this. Like, well, wait, no, what the fuck? There are people at every level who are like very panicky, very, very difficult. Their interests are not being represented, but they're finding themselves there. Stephen Miller is not actually independently wealthy. He's a huge piece of shit. He's a Jewish Nazi, which is fucking crazy as a thing. But that thing that he is, he's not actually finding his interest. He's not getting dividends. He's instead determined by the system and almost perversely over-investing in it because he's so wanting it to be his system. We start having these conversations. It helps us understand better how these groups exist and how we exist counter to them, or how everyone kind of exists in one of a couple ways, because the groups, as they are socially determined, and this is the big thing, when your investment is found in the system, when it's had by the system, what are you actually invested in? Well, that's a very complicated question. And are you at that point someone who's able to be emancipated, or are you someone who has the potentias and potestas, the power in any capacity to do things? And that's, for them, they say very cleanly, sorry, just to continue, I'm going to force us, we're getting through this goddamn paragraph today. I'm going to keep going until we're done. But they just finished the class pure and simple. That thing, because I want to just make sure we just hit on it. The dominant class has contradictions because only a fraction has interests in this regime. The rest of them just have their interests represented. That's the big deal. But it's still the interests are represented, but they're not having their interests. There are contradictions in that. It's why semi-poor people support the capitalist class. It's why people who are very much on the precipice or having difficult times, rich people are no different than anyone else. The wealthy is a different beast, but rich people are no real different. They have more things, but it's not like they're in a safe spot. They're not, it may seem like that until it's not. Feel free to go win the lottery, go win $10 million. And then at some point in your life, unless you die first, you're going to need more money. So that's fucked. So wait, how do we figure? Well, that's why we're doing it. It's why we're talking about, because in this capitalist regime where, for example, primitive accumulation can take place only for the benefit of a restricted fraction of the whole dominant class. This is the restricted fraction, the way that wealth moves. Yes, we are extracting America as a thing, and capitalism is extracting wealth and resources from everywhere in the world. But they're not like evenly distributing it inside of America. It's not like, oh yeah, no, we're capitalist there and we're communist here. No, it's that extraction continues and consolidates and consolidates and consolidates. There are a couple hundred billionaires who've literally made most of the money. Like, if you don't know the stats, it's easier just to say that they made all of the money in the last 5 years, because the amount of money they didn't make that other people made is hilariously small. They've got that. They've got that accumulation. This is not saying that primitive accumulation is this forever thing, right? It's not a stage of history that, like, Marx talked about like that. That's not the thing. This tiny fraction benefits from a primitive accumulation. It's tensions within the dominant class are created this way. This is the whole point they're going to be getting to as we start to understand how groups work and people work within groups, because not all capitalists benefit from every deterritorializing moment capitalism gives us. Totalizing them as existence. Israel, by the way, this is, by the way, why it's important not to say, like, anti-Semitic shit, but to say kind of Israelis state sucks. Fuck Israel. No, not Israelis. They're people. The people of Israel can benefit somewhat. They're harming other people more, but who benefits from that shit? Like, if you didn't know, there's a lot of poor in Israel. It's not like a purely white class wealthy society. There's a lot of really fucked up things happening there and weird situations and a lot of dumb shit. They don't all benefit the same way. But they find their interests represented. But they're not actually in their interests. They're not actually like getting the dividends themselves, but their interests are represented. And there's not a lot of alternative that's given to them. It's kind of how this works. It's kind of how all of these things work as a thing. It's not all benefit the same way. So I say, but it is just as obvious for the Russian Revolution with its formation of party apparatus. We went over that with them, but it's like the dominant class became the party apparatus, which literally became and functioned like the bourgeois. I will tell you right now, in China, it's not drastically different in that sense. The party apparatus is effectively the bourgeois. It's kind of amazing that happened, but the party apparatus became the thing then that everyone is invested in. There's a lot of layers. Is it better than American democracy? Yeah, for the most part, because we're kind of a broken two-party system. Is it better than all democracy? No. Everything's fucked right now. But it's all broken. But how it's broken and why this restricted fraction of people and how they function and how they benefit. If we can leave China out and just go to USSR, like the way the party apparatus work, it was crazy. And it was very much a handful of people benefiting, a lot of people not necessarily hoping to benefit someday, but told their interests are in this and played in that direction. And it pushes. It's saying outright that the Bolshevik party formation is the same as capitalist primitive accumulation. They're the same. They work and function the same, with the same investments, the same movements of desire, the same building of flux, the same pushing of those vacuoles, and the way that these things operate across the board. This is the thing. That's the setup. It's playing differently. That's the push, because that's what they're fighting with, is the idea of a bureaucratic collectivism that will come to be talked about for them. I mean, we've got it right now. We've had this conversation before. It's not very much interesting to us, but it's the idea of a class society formed inside of these supposedly class-free societies, but it's actually very much a class, because how we define the thing is not necessarily, here are the transcendent qualities of the proletariat or the bourgeois. It's not transcendent. All of these things are formed socially, built socially, and there is only one class. The class that is invested in the social order, the social system that is there. The only other way to exist is to counter-invest by investing in other social aims, organs, and means, and ultimately a new state. And if they invest enough in that, it supplants. But lo and behold, now you've got the same fucking thing. A few people that are actually in it, that are actually benefiting, and everyone else who's told that they are and finding their investment in it represented, even if it's not materially there. And then what you find is everyone's got this revolutionary anger and frustration building up in them, even though they're invested. I live in a country where MAGA and all of that are complaining about the deep state still, and how Trump is being stymied and can't just do what he wants. And they control everything. So why? Well, it's because they feel stymied. Don't take that away from them. They do feel stymied. They feel broken and separated. They find their investment represented in the status quo. They find it there. But it's not being, they're getting the blue balls of politics. They're stuck in the strip club all day, staring at all these hot pieces of ass, male or female, don't care. Trans strip club, don't give a fuck. They're just seeing all that, and they can't act on any of it, but they know they're supposed to be attracted. So now they're just like fucking, everything is shit, nothing's able, but they're still represented. The class, from the standpoint of praxis, is infinitely less numerous or less extensive than the class taken in theoretical determination. Whence the subsisting contradictions within the dominant class. It is capitalist cuckoldry. And it works for a few people, not for everyone. We don't live in that space. It doesn't. Capitalism works for like 500 or 600 people, maybe 1,000, maybe 2,000, but not. I go to my friends who have 10 to 50 million, and they very much break down how, hey, what is the thing? And they talk. They're like, when I was younger, I just want to make a bunch of money on my own company and control. I'm not judging any of these people. They do it. They made a bunch of money, and now they see themselves as able to take care of people. They do often. They loan silly amounts of money, 6-7 figures to people, or give it as gifts, and they're doing that. But they're looking at, what is the thing? Well, it's to make sure that people I care about don't worry. And they start seeing their children or their grandchildren. It's not working the same for them. People who are in their 50s and 60s right now presumed that their kids would have the same opportunity, but they're not. And even if you have 10, 20, $30 million, split it amongst 2-3 kids or 4 or 5 grandchildren, or all of them, and then all of their lives and all the medical bills and debt and taxes and costs of food. And like, at what point are they being served by anything? They're not. This is why it's astonishing to me that the Democrats are absolutely unable to do anything in the States, but it's because of the same problem. This is why this works. The investment that everyone finds themselves having, that is represented by the way things are, doesn't work for almost anybody, but they're invested in it. So what the fuck? Outside of that, you start having conversations like Bernie trying to say, hey, by the way, this thing you're invested in is broken. It's broken. We need to change that conversation. Here's how you change it. Here's how you set this up. And it doesn't work because people are invested. They find or are told their system, the system that they're in, this thing is actually good for them. They're finding what they're supposed to be in there. They're finding their group determination in it. And so because of it, they not only don't want to really change things or blow things apart or do things that will fundamentally shift what it means for even them. Kamala Harris is not set for life. I hate to break it to everyone. Like Donald Trump is. Donald Trump has hundreds of millions of dollars. At that point, you are actually in the I'm actually okay category. When your kids are doing billion-dollar deals, you're fine. Literally no one has, they exist in a space where they don't have worries. They are the master class for Nietzsche. They are that which is able to enact themselves out there, and they're finding their investments in the system, and it's working. The system's actively working for them, and they're finding it responding. But people who have $50 million, that's not where they live. They might be able to retire alone, and then they're very careful about their cash and all that, but they're not safe. They're worried. All of them are. You get that edge. But people who have $10 million, they're not there. And anyone who doesn't understand that, it's complicated. You want them to drop out and go live in a fucking hut on a hill? Then, yes, $10 million will probably care for them until they're old enough to actually need health care. And if you don't understand how much health care costs in America, you do not understand capitalism. You don't understand it. My parents are going through this. My dad worked all of his life. This is why he's a Trumper. Like, this is why this is fucked up and why this hits me. And I get it. He worked all of his life. He did all of the things. He worked his ass off, took care of his family, made sure bills were paid for, made sure we were never really wanting. We lived in the same house forever. I never had a day I went hungry. I didn't have any of that. And they did the thing. They saved money. My dad has a handful of properties that he rents. He's a land. Hate everyone you want. That's great. Don't care. My dad's invested in this system because he sees himself represented in it. But his children, both of us who worked our asses off, did what we could. Neither of us are safe. We're actually both in various levels of precarity. Neither of us are safe. Neither of us made it to that level. And he's actually in a point where he's realized, oh, fuck, healthcare is even as I'm old, the government was supposed to take care of this. I thought, but healthcare is not. Now what's he doing? He has grandkids. What can he do? Give up on taking care of himself and maybe end up in the worst home. You want a state nursing home? Go take a look. Nursing homes in America are like places of horror that I don't wish on people. It's unbelievable how bad they get. So what does he do? Well, he sees his interest represented in all of this. He's not actually getting the dividends. But that's okay, because he was taught in his life that he's not supposed to get dividends, that dividends come later, because that's how we teach our kids. That's what Oedipus is about. This is the thing, the delayed gratification, the non-need to have my desire fulfilled in a moment. You should learn to wait. It'll come when good things come to those who wait. Work hard and you'll get rewarded. This thing, this investment that we find, we don't demand. The funny thing is the rich, the ultra rich do demand that. They absolutely demand that they're constantly always dealt with in that hilariously fucking self-centered way. But everyone else has to learn this. And so people become fucked up. They're invested in a system that they see themselves represented in, despite not actually getting dividends from any of it at all. And there's no alternative offered to them. A party apparatus is at least an alternative. A bureaucracy, a thing that they can see, hey, this is how that could work. But things as they are, it's easier. You go, okay, look, just don't change things. Right now I'm okay. Just don't change things. Make things better. I see that thing. It's how you get fucked. It's how you get fucked across the board. And that's why this distinction is so important. If you are someone who is wanting to be revolutionary, if you do not understand this distinction, you are going to fail. You're going to create mega communism. You're going to create a new organ of the DSA that is going to do a weird anarchist movement in downtown Portland for 3 weeks. Great. People can't invest in that. They can't, because they don't see themselves represented in it unless they're there. And the people
Brooks,
there...
I want to chime in a little bit here. Is it saying that it is possible to have resentment without a despotic? Is
Sure.
it possible to know that there's potentially no despotic at all, and then that would be one of the reasons that they lash out to some random group of people, even if they don't know what it means? Right? Because sometimes I do feel like Deleuze and Guattari, they kind of carry some of the Nietzsche, but at the same time, if you mention something about as contemporary as MAGA communism, it does sound like they're even rejecting the idea there is a despotic, or maybe they have the hope that they will become the next despotic, regardless whether they know this despotic exist or not, regardless whether
All right.
maybe that.
Let's dive into the process of what mega communism is. Like, and
I tried to not go there, but okay.
No. I think it's worthwhile. Like, how did it form? How did it come
it's
about?
Related, though. It's really related.
What are and the shitheads who put it together, who are not stupid. Hinkle, I don't know how bright he necessarily is. I think he's a very good talker, but the people involved with it aren't like, brain drooling dumb. It's fun to make jokes about them and securities, but the thing that they're doing and what they're touching into is they are creating ways for them to find their own representation in the system. That's all that is. Like, no, I'm not. Hey, look, I'm generally invested in the system, but I'm finding that I don't have myself represented anymore. So I'm going to make myself invested in the system by finding the representation in the system. That's it. It's actually not creating something new. I mean, we know this for a million reasons, but it's finding a way to justify your existence in that system. You're finding it's held by the system, your position. Hinkle is not from an extremely poor family, probably has not a drastically different upbringing than my own. And it's kind of the thing people do because resentment is real. Resentment is built out of the same forces. Deleuze talks about this. This is not like, we're not post-resentment. It's built through these systems. You, in time, find yourself, I should be interested in this. This should be working this way. but you find that you can't express desire. You can't express yourself. You can't do whatever you want to do. You have to constantly be holding yourself back. So you recreate a narrative. You develop a narrative that holding back is good. That's what resentment is. You develop a narrative that justifies your position socially and your internal reality that works on every level. Resentment is that. It's why I feel resentful is something, but that's not resentment. Resentment is a different step. It's where the resent builds up, the feelings of impotence and frustration build up. And so what do? Well, you find a way to justify it. And you do it by saying, hey, look, the reason that I can't enact anything or enact my desires out into the world, and there's probably a desire for people to be equal. You hear this with Trumpers all the time, that they want everyone to be equal, but they express, but they're finding themselves, this is the position I'm in, this is the thing I'm told, this is the space that is supposed to be me. That setup that puts us in that spot is justifying that representation without actually having your investments pay off. If your boss says, all of us are building this company, you're invested in the company emotionally. You're finding yourself represented in the company if you buy into that. Do you know who's actually getting paid off? The investors, the owners of the company, the people who've put money in. Those are the people actually getting dividends from the company. But everyone's in the company is invested in the company, but they're not getting anything out of it. Like, this is why this is how they synthesize Marx. This is why this is important, because this is basic Marx. People become, I work in the factory, so I'm invested because I'm doing the work minute to minute, and I see myself as I look through all of this. I look around, and all of those are my friends, my brothers, my sisters. We're all here working, and I'm this part in the machine, and the company's doing good. I get told the company made more money than ever, and it's like, fuck, I get to feel pride in that, and you do. We've all been there at one point or another, but you don't take that next step and go, hey, wait. That's my dividend, was feeling pride. What about what about not having to worry about healthcare for my kids? This is, by the way, how the Simpsons episode about collective bargaining fucking started. Literally, was it just trying to get braces for Lisa and his frustration that he can't afford braces despite there being profit. He went, why don't I get those dividends? Because only a tiny group actually get dividends. The rest, their investment is represented. That's how you get fucked. And that's, and how you, oh no, I just really care about the company. Has anyone ever run into anyone who works like that? I take pride in my work. You find ways to justify it. Look, someday I might make more money, but I think you can take pride in what you're doing right now. And I'm not going to focus on the fact that I'm not earning what I could be if the company was, say, a big giant co-op, or if everyone got ownership, or if bonuses and money and profits were split amongst all the employees. Instead, you justify your position because you see yourself represented in the company. Marx wrote a couple books about this. They're called Capital, number 1, 2, and 3. It's a good trilogy. I think the second is the best because that's when you kind of learn that Darth Vader is Luke's father. But, overall, the trilogy is really good. That setup carries forward into how we deal with everything politically, because it isn't that it's just my subjectivity and I'm just here. But no, take that factory thing and realize that it's desire, the flux of desire and the production of desire all the way through. So when you talk about how we exist socially, or what's happening socially, or social determinations of this position or that, the dividends is desire getting profit. Think about it like that. Desire finding itself exploding into new places. Elon Musk, because he kind of felt like it, started a company drilling holes into the heads of monkeys because he felt like it. That's one, not making ethical commentary. That's fucking cool in the sense of he got a fucking weird hair up his ass and ran with it. He is not good to be doing this, but again, he's free to do that. Trump just does whatever he wants. So do his kids. People who are in those positions just do whatever. The wealthy have so much money that they're going into space because they can't think of other ways to spend their money. That's a quote from wealthy. It's so frustrating. They have so much money, but they can just do whatever. Their desire, the thrusting power that's producing them, that they are a conduit for, is going out and they're going, oh, I want to, if I was Jeff Bezos, hey, I actually want to become, I just passed 250 of these fucking cranes. I'm on my way to Orzuni. But if I were Jeff Bezos, I can't do this all day. This I can't do all day. This will take me a while because I have other shit to do. I've got to earn money. I've got to worry about feeding my kids. I got to worry about investments. But if I was Jeff Bezos, I could go, dude, I want to fucking do origami for like the next 6 months. And he can. His desire, the thrust going through him, pay off. And they get to find themselves invested in the system, and then he gets to see himself enact, and his desire gets to express and have dividends. And no one else does. Everyone else has to justify. Everyone else has to prove why it's good. Everyone else has to talk about it. Everyone else has to do more. We've got to figure it out. We don't actually have our investments there. Our investments are had by it. It's represented. The class is less numerous. The class itself, primitive accumulation, takes place only for the benefit of a restricted fraction of the whole. This is the system of capital. But it isn't just at one level. It's at every level. The system of capital does this. Desire, as it's pulsing, as it's doing things, as it's producing, needs to be felt, needs to be expressed, needs to be represented, it needs to find itself. And 500 or 600, maybe 1,000, maybe let's say 10,000 people globally get to do that without worry. They're masters of capital, Nietzschean masters. The rest of us, slave morality. The rest of us, slave morality, where we may see ourselves represented. We may build out complex resentment factories and figure out how to put ourselves in that spot, but our interests are not actually there. They're represented by the social system that the very desires that it's repressing creates. We make the world that is repressing us. It benefits a few, but we see ourselves in it, so we keep it going. That's how the groups work and how the singular class maintains its power and cohesion, and why it's important for us to understand the difference between, and I read through Guattari's piece on this, and I've talked about it before. That's why it's different for us to talk about groups versus what he calls groupuscules, which is emergent groups. I am socially determined in my position, but I also am emergently determined from the other direction. And how I find myself socially is going to be determined through these things. Are my interests represented? Or am I finding a new place and building a new place that investment desire can find itself actually represented or even dealt with in a completely different way? That's the question. It's a good rant, actually. Jackson Hinkle seems like the kind of person to fail upwards. I'm a kind of person who like accidentally fell backwards into my career. I became a chef because I was a good cook. I was a line cook at a restaurant that had, I put chef in quotes. I should do that because I didn't get training. But the guy who was the chef of the restaurant quit, and I worked there long enough that I kind of knew the recipes, and they needed someone to do it, so I did, and then they just let me. Did I earn that spot? Again, what does it mean to fail upwards? What does it mean to fall backwards into? What does it mean to succeed into? Because the reality is, if you're really good at your job, you never get promoted. If you didn't know that, that's one of the rules of hierarchy. If you're exceptional at your job, you will never be promoted. That's how everything works. That sucks, but it's true. I mean, it doesn't suck. You get to just do the work. If you're not very good at it, but you kind of are good, they move you to management. And I'm management, so I know my spot. But this is the kind of thing when we're talking about like political operatives, or we're talking about politics. How do we create new movements? How do we do a thing? How do we affect someone politically? You can't just talk about it in terms of these transcendent categories of this one versus another one. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. But what you need to do is you need to step back and you need to realize there is really one larger social system. And because of that, there are people who are invested in it, either by actually getting dividends or finding themselves represented. And that's it. Until there's something else for people to invest in, and there ain't. There ain't. You're free to tell me what to do and how. But until then, it's not really super useful. And that's the line they have. We're going to read just the beginning of the next paragraph. This situation, because again, we're only talking about the group and the social level and the investments or finding yourself represented. This situation is not all adequate, however, for resolving the following problem. Why do many of those who have or should have an objective revolutionary interest maintain a preconscious investment of a reactionary type? Or rarely, how do certain people whose interest is objectively reactionary come to affect a preconscious revolutionary investment? And then they even have the third, in the case of blindness, the result of an ideological deception or mystification. They hate this. They hate this phrasing. Revolutionaries often forget, or do not like to recognize, that one wants and makes revolution out of desire, not duty. It's a chill line for me. It's one of those chills lines. You know how not to do a thing? You need to know your place. Oh yeah, I want to change everything so that way you can tell me what to fucking do. That's how I get out from underneath the heel of capitalism, is by listening to you. Fuck. Modern fucking left.
I mean, that's literally the nomenclatura, right?
It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is.
Man, if only Stalin had read Deleuze.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered because he was already there. That's the.
I know, I'm just being cheeky.
I know you're being cheeky, but it's a. If you haven't read, by the way, if you haven't read Stalin's works on the dialectic, Zizek actually has a really great section on it in Less Than Nothing, Absolute Zero. I have no idea. He has something in there. It's very good. Very powerful and very fascinating. It seems like that strategy only works on the right. Andrew, hate to break it to you. There is only the right. Like this is when we start talking about left versus right, who's invested in what, splitting up groups. What we're doing is we're creating a framework that justifies our position and otherizes or places others in the spot of they ought to be doing more. When you shit on Hassan for, look, he's got money, whoa, he calls himself a leftist, that is just resentment. It's saying, if I were in his spot, I'd be doing something completely different. Of course, I'm not in his spot and have no power to enact that in any capacity, but if I did have that power, that's not how it works. You will never, ever attract enough people to movements like that, because that is not just not a movement. That's just the way things are. You're just replicating the current structure in it. So when the left, and we say, I put the left in quotes, when we stop when we stop understanding it as the left or the right, and if only the left would do this, and instead understand that just start in a different place. Hey, everyone is actually a capitalist, and everyone is bourgeois. And from there, I need you to make a really fucking good case that they're not. Start from there. Start there and explain to me how someone is not bourgeois. Now, are they bourgeois working for change? Sure. but they're bourgeois. What are they creating that shifts their investment from the current system? They're talking about change, sure. But what is the actual thing that they're trying to find themselves in? There are people like this. I'm not saying there aren't. I'm not. But they're not a group. Kind of doesn't work like that. Because groups, kind of by definition, are normative or defined against the norm. And if they don't have at large something to invest in, they're not really invested. They're finding themselves represented sort of. And then that's their question. Because we've only been talking about the preconscious. Preconscious. Because the question is, why do many of those who have or should have an objective revolutionary interest maintain a preconscious investment of a reactionary type? Why is that a thing? How do they keep that? How do they keep that? Fuck it, we're going and doing more. We're going more. Sorry, I don't give a shit. Is everyone good with me keep moving? Oh, Sunday's here. Hello, Sunday.
Yeah, I'm biting my tongue trying to make a Zoolander joke, and that's it.
What is this? A government for the proletariat? Sorry.
No, it's because he can only turn right.
He can only turn right.
Left.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to use that. I like that. That's not a Zoolander joke. That's
anti-Zoolander. There you go.
That's it's an excellent. Everything is a turn to the right. Oh, that's an excellent. I like that. I'm going to use that from here out, and I will not credit you. I'm going to credit you. I'm going to continue to the next bit. Must we invoke, in the one case, a thirst for justice, a just ideological position as well as a correct and just view? In the other case, a blindness, the result of ideological deception or mystification? That's the traditional Marxist view of ideology, or when people are talking like, if only they really knew what was going on. And, oh, I don't switch because I think are we doing that? No. Revolutionaries forget or do not like to recognize that one wants and makes revolution out of desire, not duty. Here, as elsewhere, the concept of ideology is an execrable concept that hides the real problems, which are always of an organizational nature. Always. If Reich, the very moment he raised the most profound of questions, why did the masses desire fascism, was content to answer by invoking the ideological, subjective, irrational, negative, and the inhibited, it was because he remained the prisoner of derived concepts that make him fall short of the materialist psychiatry he dreamed of, that prevented him from seeing how desire was part of the infrastructure and that confined him in the duality of the objective and subjective. Consequently, psychoanalysis was consigned to the analysis of the subjective as defined by ideology. But everything is objective or subjective as one wishes. That's not the distinction. The distinction to be made passes into the economic infrastructure itself and into its investments. Libidinal economy is no less objective than political economy. The political, no less subjective than the libidinal, even though the two correspond to two modes of different investments of the same reality as social reality. There is an unconscious libidinal investment of desire that does not necessarily coincide with the preconscious investments of interest, and that explains how the latter can be perturbed and perverted into the most somber organization, below all ideology. Hey Brooks, why do you think Mark Fisher sucks? Because this paragraph is literally them saying ideology is for fucking crap and to help fascism. Yeah, but what's wrong with that? Yes, I have no idea. No clue at all. Sorry, I say fucking every time. Ideology is something that is left on and handled from Marx on, and it's hard not to just say like, it's consistent. Zizek, who I've enjoyed actually, and I enjoy his work, Pervert's Ideology, his work on ideology, I think does good stuff. This is not me saying otherwise. This isn't me shitting on this, but it's saying, hey, wait, let's take a second and let's talk about the problem of ideology, because it basically puts us in a spot, as they say, and we'll just go back. It puts us in a spot of being like, If it's ideology, then it's a thirst for justice, a just ideological position. I am revolutionary because it gives every man their due. It's a just ideological position and correct. And otherwise, they do that because they're blind and stupid. The wool is pulled over their eyes. If only they could figure out the truth. They're just mystified or deceived. I know better. I am a special human being. This is, I did a piece on social investment of MAGA, and it's important, or the interests of MAGA. And it's important to never take away from people their interests or their understanding of their interests, or to say that you're just too stupid to know different, because that's what they think too. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So, okay. They open up with it's an old Marxist problem. If you talk to a dogmatic Marxist, like go find Douglas Lane and mention this to him, and he'll find some fucking way to obfuscate and run away from it. A hardline Marxists do not understand or talk about the gap between this like supposed transcendent objective class position and subjective political orientation. There's a difference there that we experience as we live. I voted for Harris, Biden, and Hillary. These are not my class position, objectively or even subjectively, but my political orientation in other ways these things come together. Marxists don't deal with this. Their answer is that, it's actually, there's an objectivity that exists outside of it transcendently that generate a corresponding consciousness that should match. And if you don't, you're broken in some way or fooled or tricked. False consciousness is the word. And Lukasic talks about this, which I have issues with. But generally speaking, that's the thing that they're going after, is like critiquing the idea of ideology as this category that covers people or fixes people or justifies a thing. Because it doesn't work that way. We don't experience it that way. They have the second half, though, which is more rarely, how do certain people whose interest is objectively reactionary come to affect a preconscious investment? The more rarely isn't a small thing. It's very common. It's common. It's a thing I think we can name or have experienced in many, many people. The idea of revolutionary subjects that are invested in reactionary things versus reactionary subjects that invest in revolution. These exist. It happens, like, because these things are not intertwined. How do you pronounce it? I've heard it pronounced Lukasic, and I meant I don't want to say Lukács. Lukács. God damn it!
I've always heard Lukács.
This poor guy. Americans and actually, I'll say Canadians too now. Is George Lukács? Lukács? It's probably Catch. I'm going to trust Olivia, given.
What did you say, Lucasis?
I had someone say that to me.
How do you even get that from there? It's a C and an S right next to each other.
Shut up.
Okay.
It's what I heard someone say, and so it stuck in. Dude, for like a very long time, I'd never heard anyone say Foucault, and I called him fuckalt. Like, it's just the way things go. I don't. Fuck
Was his
you
first
people.
name Mitch?
Mitch Foucault.
It's like a character out of Eastbound and Down. Or
If you don't hear things said out loud, that's the way it goes sometimes. It's life. So anyway, yes, that's who I'm saying. It's spelled Lukacs. History and Class Consciousness is the book where he goes into false consciousness and talks about that it's a false consciousness. And that's the phrase that is always like, I get the emotional idea of like, ooh, I'm learning about other people's tricks. Like, it's like learning a magic trick. It's like, oh, I actually know how that trick is done. But it's like, what if it's not a trick? What if what if now you're fucking with the thing and they actually what if it's something else, and what if you're also broken, but you're now justified by saying, oh, I know, I understand how it's done, but they've actually misdirected you too. Because again, false consciousness plays in a really fucked up way. Ultimately, the play here and the thing that they're pushing towards is like, how does the working class support right-wing movements, and how do we get there are right-wing people who end up supporting left-wing movements. This happens. We've seen it with Trump too. Like, we've seen a lot of weird investments and counter investments and asymmetry and all of that. But that's the point, is that these things don't come together. The reactionary investment, because of how it operates, because the reactionary investment, again, is to the actual investment, to the direct representation, instead of revolutionary, which is set up. It has a structural advantage. Reactionaries have the advantage of the structure, because it's the structure that reactionaries are into. Like, revolutionary means stepping away from that to another structure at best. And so when they talk about it and they say, the word in here that I like, that they talk about effect, not affect, effect. Objective reactionary come to effect a preconscious revolutionary investment. These are about active operants. It's active operants. It's not passive ideological manipulation. This is come to effect a preconscious investment. How does that happen? This is an active process. Active versus passive is a big fucking deal to them, and that's why they use very specific wording for it. That's why I was going over the have versus the had, because one is passive, like third person, the other is primary active. It's about that. That's what they're talking about, and this is true for desire too. So they say, must we invoke in one case a thirst for justice? Must we invoke in one case the thirst for justice, a just ideological position, as well as a correct and just view, in the other case blindness, the result of an ideological deception or mystification? Traditionally, both sides, left and right, go watch the news. Either side. The other side is always blind and fucked up. They're always wrong. We're the right side that's going to give justice to the world, and just is a big deal to their wording, because again, there's a circularity here. Revolution is explained by just positions. Reactionary is by deception. Unless you're a reactionary, then keeping things the same is just. But again, these things sort of go, and the blindness then comes from this, the other side. It's these things that sort of obscure the functioning of this rather than illuminate the mechanisms at work. They're using a lot of language from Marx. For Marx, Marx wanted us to take a step back from money. And it was why he did what he did with money. Changed it from commodity currency to capital currency, or industrial currency, however you want to phrase that. Because just money and talking about money obfuscates. It covers up. It hides what is functionally happening. And if you do that, we can't really talk about the function. It's removing the cover from the computer to see if anything's unplugged or in the wrong spot. If you don't do that, and you just take it as a computer, yes, then there's little gremlins inside that do everything. Might as well. It doesn't really matter. We want to actually figure out what's going on. And just like with...
So what you're saying is that the files are inside the computer.
Exactly. So what we need to do is we need to take a step back and go, wait, ideology masks this. Because instead of thinking about it in terms of, and we'll just go back to Marx, money, we need to break it into how these things function and how they cross. Industrial capital isn't the same as commodity currency. One is for investment. The other is for like buying food. They don't work the same. They don't produce the same returns. Well, this would be true of all kinds of investments, and how desire works, and where desire gets stymied or handed back is just wages versus the unending dividends able to be paid by the handful of people at the top of capital. Because again, this isn't that there's the ruling class of millions upon millions of bourgeois. There's like 5,000. who actually get to express themselves freely in capital. The rest are just around and are finding themselves represented or not, but they're not getting the dividends. And this is the same for desire, because desire is all the same. There's no difference here. There's no difference playing here. Revolutionaries often forget, or do not like to recognize, I lean that way, that one wants and makes revolution of desire, not duty. There is, in Kant, Deleuze writes about this in his book on Kant, there is inclination or moral obligation, right? He kind of separates these out, where we're inclined to do a thing or we're morally obligated to do a thing. There's a difference, even though in the end we do the thing. We do the thing. It's not the same. Desire and duty are separated. They're set up. Revolutionary politics, like as they're talking about here, despite what revolutionaries want to believe, that people do it out of duty, which gives it an honor or for the better man or whatever it is. If you ground these things in obligation and duty, you've failed, because the actual attraction or investment that capitalism or fascism gives is insane in comparison. Unless you actually have a revolutionary politics that's grounded in desire, you're fucked. That's it. That's what this sentence means. You're fucked. You're fucked. That's it. So don't do that. So execrable, which I don't even know if that's a proper English word that's used commonly. It means like super excessive, but sort of, I think. Yeah. Here as elsewhere, the concept of ideology is an execrable concept that hides the real problems, which are always of an organizational nature.
It means really bad.
I mean, that's what they're saying, but it's like, it's specifically bad in a certain way. It's the concept of ideology is a deliberately excessive concept that itself is built like to create a cover for the actual problems of things. The problems of things is the organization. It is the like organization of things, how social machines function, how bodies connect and disconnect, how flux become coded or become decoded or axiomatized. It's not organization like organizing as a political party, but organization. You'll hear me put a space in when I mean it that way. Organization. And all of that setup, the entire machinic organization of the social field is being covered up by this execrable concept. And
do we have the French on hand? Because I'd be
I have
interested
it
to see
open.
if it's translating something. Okay.
It is execrable. So it's exactly the word.
Yeah, so I'm not disputing you. I'm just, because like in context that makes sense to me, that explanation. But also like the word itself doesn't contain the concept of like excessive per se. It just means like it's an excessive badness, but it's the slant is on the badness, on the excess. Like I see what you're saying, and I don't dispute it. It makes sense. The actual term itself there, I think, would specifically be just saying this concept is shit, basically.
I mean, it means excrement.
Yeah.
Like execrable is like excrement. It means shit. It does mean shit. It like atrociously fucking terrible. But there is like the reason I put it that way, like it is an execrable concept, because I don't want it's a bad concept isn't right.
I think it is a bad concept though, because I think excrement, it means to curse in Latin. Execrare apparently, and this is Google, so take this with a grain of salt. Yeah, I wonder if actually excrement, because excrement I think is more related to excretion, possibly. I wonder if
it is excrement in that sense. I'm connecting it maybe in ways it shouldn't be. I had in my notes, I've done too many readings of this book. All right, let's go. Let's just dive in. Let's.
Okay.
The Latin is execrabilis.
Like a cursed or something.
The neutral is execrabile, execrabilis, which means what? Why can't I find fucking definitions for anything? It sort of means accursed is wrong. Accursed is definitely the wrong one. I'm not going to sort of accept that. But it's execrabilis, Pope. What the fuck is going on? I hate. Oh, this is it's a Catholic moment. I don't care about that. Oh my God. I want to execrabilis.
Is it like would it be sort of like saying like it's a damned thing kind of?
Damned, detestable. Like, yeah, it has that edge of like accursed. If you're taking it in the sense of like,
not accursed in the sense of like having a curse. Cursed in the sense as being that which it is appropriate to curse, or that which.
Yeah, exactly. Been, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that would be more detestable.
Yeah. Like it's not saying like really bad. It's like the
extreme version of it.
That is appropriate to call really bad in the grossest terms. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I think that's why I'm putting the edge of it being like deliberately excessively negative. Like,
well, I think also when you're talking about like imposing a structure that obscures as well, like that's sort of baked into that also. So I can see how you'd kind of like read that back into that too. And I wouldn't necessarily fault that either. It seems to be there.
So we could say, so to restate, here as elsewhere, ideology is a detestable, horrifying concept that hides the real problems, which are always of an organizational nature. Execrable is a really odd French term, though. So I chased it back to a handful of other writings that they use, and I did touch it into, I don't care. It's not worth going into. There's a fascinating little edge to that probably is me overthinking. Because straight up, this is a word that they use that's straight up in the same in the French. They say, le concept d'idéologie est un concept exorbitant qui cache les vrais problèmes toujours de nature organisationnelle. Which is like, this is literally just a literal paragraph. They don't have a lot of those. I don't find a lot where it's literally word for word just the thing. But that's, again, this is, when we talk about it, the point underneath it, the organization of the thing, ideology cakes over. And the creation of this concept, and that's why I think they say it's like a damnable concept, you could say, a condemnable, a horror, like fuck that thing, is because by creating it and having ideology or bad conscience or false consciousness, it puts you in a spot where it's hiding how things work. When you have the ideology of my workplace, or you talk about it as if your workplace has an ideology, you're forgetting that it's just literally made of people doing things, even though it's large and complicated. Oh, this is how we get to AI having consciousness. It's the same thing. It's the same process. We totalize the end result and presume the rest of it because we're covering over how everything works. And the damnable nature of the idea of ideology is that there is ideology of a group. There's not. There is the movement and forces at play in that organization that do the thing and produce what it does. There is no ideology. Ideology is bullshit from the ground up. That's more or less the point. Is that fair, everyone? Good. So, then to ask about Reich. From the very moment Reich, he raised the most profound of questions. Why did the masses desire fascism? If he was content to answer by invoking the ideological, subjective, irrational, negative, and inhibited, it was because he remained the prisoner of derived concepts that made him fall short of the materialist psychiatry he dreamed of that prevented him from seeing how desire was part of the infrastructure and that confined him in the duality of objective and subjective. This book is a lot of things. One of the big things it does, but I think Deleuze does this well, is sidestepping the idea of the objective and subjective by explaining how they work together. This is the nature of the organism versus the machinic. Dan Smith wrote an amazing essay on the body without organs. But the whole thing here is them sort of restating again the thesis of the book. The profound question that Reich asks, why do the masses desire fascism? Reich asked in the wake of World War II, as a German who watched this happen. And I think it would be a fair question. And he always found ideology as a very unsatisfying answer. Very unsatisfying. So wait, all the Germans were just tricked and everyone else knew better? Feels weird to say. And it does. Fascism didn't work because everyone was tricked or there was some sort of weird voodoo put on everyone. It's not deception. It's libidinal appeal. That's it. Reich didn't work and find this because to him, desire was always something that was necessarily subjective. And economic production he always saw as objective. Reich worked with Freud and Marx, but he couldn't figure out how they worked together. So he kept them in two domains. Not modes, domains. And so he would talk about the subjective here and then this. He did good work. I want to shit on Reich, but this problem is it doesn't bring them together. It doesn't realize we're talking about modes of things. It's actually quite different. And they run through it. Reich created the concept of ideological, subjective, irrational, negative, and inhibited to cope with the fact that we exist with emotions that are subjective. I'm putting in big fucking air quotes in a world that all of us can see, and that economic situations exist thanks to Marx that we can see that are objective. And I'm putting it in giant quotes, but that is because he fucking was stuck in that shit. That's what they're saying here. He was a prisoner of derived concepts. These derived concepts made him fall short of this materialist psychiatry that preventing him from seeing desire is not just this subjective internal thing, but it's part of the infrastructure. Also, by the way, that the infrastructure is part of this back and forth. They're the same thing. They're the same thing. He was stuck in this duality. And consequently, psychoanalysis was consigned to the analysis of subjective as defined by ideology. I said their little aside here is just that's the problem that we've run into since. And this is, by the way, I think this applies to Zizek all the way through, is it just puts a lot of weight on the person, the subjective. But we have an objective economic realm and political economy because that's defined by ideology. Oh, God. Yeah, that's their frustration. I hear someone trying to talk. No? Okay.
I'm just going to remark, because I'm finding this really fascinating, that inability to bring desire into the realm of mass human action is particularly strange when you consider Reich very literally conceived of it as connected to a energy force that you could literally capture with a metal box. I struggle to wrap my head around that.
The orgon.
Yeah.
Because so when you view things, and again, you have to kind of go to how he was seeing these things. Desire, as he saw libidinal, Freudian. He's a direct descendant of Kleinian and Freudian sort of talk in this. Desire is prepersonal and forces that push. But once we exist and we're built and we're dealing with ideas and society's rules and symbols, it's about modifying desire to be able to deal with what is objectively happening socially. I may have whatever desires I have, but socially things are happening that I have to adjust to. This is the nature of Freudian work for a very long time. It's the nature of psychoanalysis. It's about righting yourself against what is a social world, understanding the way that laws operate, or righting ourselves against the father and the mother in the right way. These symbolic connections that are objective and outside of us, and self-evident, transcendent. And for Reich, he couldn't find a way to broach that ideality that he saw things at socially with this other emergent thing. So necessarily, in order to do this, he ended up finding a way to sort of end run the symbolic to saying that these things are actually at large. At large, there is an energy called the orgone that I can totally capture and that we can make use of. Because he couldn't find a way to deal with the fact or accept that everything is always both subjective and objective. And that step necessitated a handful of other things that he just couldn't make the leap to do. It's a great point, though. His writings, and I like Reich's writings, genuinely. His book on fascism is amazing. But we'll just say there's some challenges with some of his ideas.
I mean, even like I'm excited.
Yes.
With
you
he
cut
made
out.
a box.
He made a box. Yeah, he made a box. If you haven't seen it, it's not what you think. The accumulator. Oh, good Lord.
So imagine if the E-meter from Scientology was an outhouse. The closest way I can.
Well, and it kind of it's trying to find, like, what he was trying to do is trying to find an objectivity inside of the subjective, because he couldn't find a way to reconcile both. And so by having the orgone exist, what it does is it creates sort of a foundational single totality that energy that's moving is actually what is doing it, this primordial thrust. And that objectivity is what is driving what we see as the subjective. That was the logic. And I'm saying that with all of the fucking emotions that you're probably getting with that. But it's like he would have you sit in a box and it's like an E-meter, except just a fucking box. It's just a box. Just a box. But it was the idea that, like, there's an objectivity to the subjective. That's how he dealt with it. And so it just is.
Well, it's usually like when someone becomes an atheist, they sort of flatten their metaphysical concepts from their childhood into sort of the imaginary or something. He did sort of the reverse, where it's like, materialism is true, therefore, technically, if we go high enough, we should hit God eventually.
Or if we go low enough, we'll find objectivity. And that was, I mean, honestly, if you want to just relate that as a thing, because they are talking about Reich here, the last sentence of this is, explains how the latter can be perturbed and perverted in the most somber organization below all ideology. That's what they're talking about. Like, it's not maybe literally what they're referring to. It might be, but I think their point underneath it is like, this is how you get to that completely fucked up place. Because, and just to say, like, the distinction that Reich was making between objective and subjective, and starting there, that's not the distinction. The distinction to be made is like what passes into the economic infrastructure itself and into investments. And that is that desire does that there is no subjective and objective. It's not that. It's actually passing into the infrastructure itself, that the investments in the material processes themselves is actually the better analysis of the libidinal versus political, and gives us a different way of understanding productive functioning. Ideology covers this up, and it forces us to go the other direction. Libidinal economy is no less objective than political no less subjective than libidinal, even though the two correspond to two modes is the important word here, of different investments of the same reality as social reality. It's libidinal economy and political economy are not different domains. They're different investments of the same reality. Like the world, they're just different investments of that. Everything is fully objective. Like political economy is also, everything's also fully subjective. If we say libidinal economy is only subjective, but wait, it's real material processes. There's real things people are doing. There's an objective thing to it. Political economy is objective. No, well, wait, no, that's unique special interests, aims, and representations. Like the asymmetry of this is like, that's the deal. Hello? What was that? I got a weird buzz.
I am so sorry. I'm on my phone right now. I just got a call. I'm going to mute my microphone.
Oh, please do. Thank you. And so there is an unconscious libidinal investment of desire that does not necessarily coincide with the preconscious investment of interest. That explains how the latter can be perturbed and perverted in the most somber organization. This is it's how you get Nazis in death camps or whatever. It's a bureaucratic administrations, and somber is not good. So we'll just say sad, bad, really bad. Below ideology, it's where you find this hyper repression. And this is how you end up in this place where you have like these nominally progressive organizations or revolutionary parties or whatever, or reactionary parties, whatever. It's fine. This is how you attract people who they don't serve. The unconscious libidinal investment of desire doesn't necessarily coincide with the preconscious investments of interest. It's how you end up in this place where things are a little bit different and kind of broken up. It's a completely different beast when it starts talking about all of it. How do we end up in these positions? How do we socially deal with these things? How do we handle with all of this stuff? Well, it's because there is all of these things that are actually affecting each other and playing back and forth. And it isn't just, oh yeah, no, I know where I belong. It's like, there's processes to this shit, passive and active. And let's pull out the idea that you're possibly one of those few who's actually benefiting from the global order, which is not, by the way, it's not like 10% of people. It's less than like 0.1%. It's a silly small number globally. It's a silly small number of people who are actually benefiting, who actually get to express themselves and get to have that freedom. Everyone else doesn't. They find themselves invested in it. And that's kind of the point. When we stop talking about ideology and use it as a crutch to talk about political analysis, they're just that. That's where they're at. Their ideology says this, and I'm just smarter than they are. Fuck that. Just destroy that entire distinction between material base or ideological superstructure. It's bullshit. Realize they're the same thing. And understand investments desire is making into material reality itself. And they bring up Reich because Reich did, prior to them, there was a handful. Klosowski was doing work on this. Other people were trying. A handful wrote really great stuff touching into it, but like trying to actually tarry with, I use that term a lot. It means to sit uncomfortably with contradiction and play with. Reich did a lot of work on it. It ended up in a dualist position, but he did a lot of work on it. It's not so much to sort of pull away. It's to understand, no, it's not that we have objective political reality. It's not that desire is irrational and subjective. It's the opposite. Desire is in the political, but they invest the same reality. Politically, when we talk about things, workers support right-wing parties. Why? Revolutionary movements become hilariously bureaucratic. Why? Fascism appeals across all lines. There are poor black women who are super into it. Like, why does this happen? Well, that's because it's not ideology that's tricking people. It's authoritarian populism through the rise of the politics of resentment. We find ourselves and desire playing. That's the deal. That's the deal. So just to mention, how does an orgone box operate? You would go in for a psychiatric section and be in the box while you talked. And it would supposedly break you from... I don't care. There's writings on this you can find.
I don't even know if you talk. It would absorb orgone somehow, like an antenna, I guess.
It would stop the outside orgone from fucking with you, and it would absorb orgone from you as well. So it was like, sort of like a radiation chamber kind of thing. Like you'd be free. Honest to God, like once you start getting in that direction, it's really interesting writing if you're like into it. But I do not find Wright coherent at that point. His earlier stuff's much more interesting, but it's a whole thing. He's a whole thing.
I wonder if the way in which ideology works in the way that's being criticized here is precisely that, by sort of laying out a map of values sort of overlaid on top of some objective situation. It sort of canalizes you into looking for objects of lack, and therefore when you're trying to talk about libidinal stuff, that is intrinsically separate because you're not talking about it in those terms then. And so you end up with a situation where you've sort of partitioned the world into like, there's the energies and the connections and all that stuff that makes up like organisms in the world and their connection to their environment and their societies and whatnot. On the other hand, there's the maze that you're in and the stuff you're looking for in the maze. And that's sort of the frame that imposing sort of an ideological analysis sort of forces you into.
Yeah, I would say I really like that because it's a bit like, and I go back to like old Taoist writings, the idea that a bowl is functional because of its shape and not because of what's missing. There's a really interesting, the bowl is functional, a cup is functional because of the empty space. If you make a solid cup, it doesn't have space to hold it, so it's not a cup. It's a really fascinating thing. It necessitates the emptiness. The shape requires the negative in its structure. But that thing that's happening there, it's a really interesting sort of outward building in time, because when you have desires and desires are coursing through you or you're dealing with them as they're kind of moving out, there isn't a missing space. There isn't, as they call, a vacuole. You're not actually building an organization just as you exist. Your desires are just going in that moment. So you can't really talk about something that's not there. You can't talk about the non-existing elements or talk around them or talk in the way that like hits in that vacuole or the places of lack. When you start talking in a more structured way or having conversations with someone who's pushing in a more structured way, what they start doing is no longer talking to you as an emergent process of desire, but they introduce often symbols, ideas, iterations on things that push you in a direction to have to deal with those vacuoles. But those vacuoles aren't emergent. They're sort of added as part of a structure. The things that are missing allow the thing to work. But they're not emergent, not in the same way. And so desire, as it's getting up, you learn, oh, well, it needs to have these parts missing. I need to avoid this. I need to not, because then that's how you're able to deal with people. Well, this creates that sort of break in what, the symbolic connects to, because it can never be just connecting directly to desire. And it's the mistake that is made often by people is they go, oh, well, therefore it's not filled with desire. But it is, because even though it seems like it's transcendent, because we talk about symbols and I use symbols, we use the same symbol every time. None of those times that I've ever used these words has actually ever existed. All of those times have actually just been effective emotional desire production as it's connecting. And you right now are connecting all of them together and creating a transcendent version of what I'm saying actively in this very moment. And then when you talk
it's called The Secret.
It's called The Secret.
Sorry, go on.
As you do this, as you set this up and we create a dialogue that necessitates the negative, I get tricked is the wrong word. My desire is still forming all of the words I'm saying. So is yours. So is everyone's. Desire is only forming that. In fact, this entire thing that you're doing right here, watching me on YouTube or on Discord from wherever you are across everything, this is not happening in some tertiary objective world. This is desire acting immediately. We're processing it and turning it into a consistency over time that we see it in the past and future that's infinitely divisible. But right now is actually all that is happening. The negative, that missing space that enables the cup, that enables the shape, that enables the ongoing use of a thing that we see, that we build, this is built into it in the structure. And as we invest into that, as you right now are finding yourself connecting or not connecting with what I'm saying or investing in what I'm doing, you will either find it happy or not. Great. But that's everything. And there is no, this transcendent category that desires constantly investing in to maintain, to bring it back. If you don't, it goes away. If you don't do that, it goes away. There are movies that people don't talk about that literally just don't really exist anymore. Because you don't talk about it, it just kind of goes away. But if you do talk about it, if you are invested in it, if you're doing things to maintain it, if you are enacting it and putting desire in that space, it will be brought back to life constantly over and over in every moment of your existence. And it's difficult for us to go, wait, all of the social world is just my desire? Yep. Yes, actually, all of the social world is just your desire and everyone else is put together. Well, then what's transcendent? Fucking nothing. But in order for us to exist, we have that consistency as we look back, the model of the world as we understand things. So that way we can function. So we can find food, so we can find love, we can care about people, we can not just die in 2 weeks. We can exist and walk around and all of these things that enable that becomes our model. And as we oscillate between the model of things and the moment, we can get caught. And we get caught in the ideas of ideology, which hide the motor of it. And this was true of capital for Marx. We can get caught in the motor of capitalism by saying, look, this is money go, that's just the way it works. Or you can go, no, wait, these people are spending here. Here's how this works. Here's where this thing, deficits are bad. Why? Don't ask, because this is the system. This is the consistency, and we're telling you it. And don't you see yourself in it? Oh, I do see my place in it. Oh, yeah, that's my place. Is it? Do you get anything out? You get nothing. You get nothing of it. And so desire is used by the system, invested directly in the system. Dividends may or may not be paid. People work jobs that don't pay them very well, or even slave wages, because they just do. They have to survive. Desire is no different, just goes out, doesn't pay dividends, but we find ourselves there because it's over and over seeing ourselves, seeing the model that puts us there. This is my place. There is habit formed, built, everything, and we don't ever step away from it, because how the fuck are you going to? It's the habit of not just every week. We're talking about in the hertz. They use oscillation explicitly because it is that fast. It is that constant and ongoing. If you don't experience it, you can. You can realize this is a thing. This is a thing we all do. We oscillate between the model and the experience. Otherwise, you'd have no idea what's happening. You can't just stay in the moment. You also can't stay in the experience. These things go together. I did a video on Whitehead this morning where Whitehead gave the very early versions of what will come to be stuff that Deleuze runs into and Klosowski runs on, which is the idea of every moment as well as the symbol of the thing. Their fallibility exists, not in each one, but in the way we synthesize. Everything is what we experience. Everything is as we understand it. But how we synthesize for Whitehead was the big deal. And for Deleuze, it's like, no, wait. We're actually experiencing only the moment. The symbolism is the consistency we build between moments over the course of years, infinite moments, and the oscillation of thousands of times a second. And that becomes the consistency that we find ourselves and we find ourselves placing in socially. And that, if we start there, if we understand that people are actually not this determined position or this social thing, but instead they are this walking ball of desire that is dealing with the continuity and consistency of the past and making do it the best they can, it makes you understand how best to build a new movement. because you can give them other things to invest in that they actually see themselves in, or they actually find themselves getting dividends in. And then you have a successful revolution. And that's the point. That's like 4 really good rants today. I'm doing good today. I'm happy with them.
I'm about to ruin it with something really corny. So you know how Junji Ito has that comic where it's like
everyone's got their
there's
hole.
like
is it the
yeah,
hole?
everyone
Is it the hole?
Yeah.
Did you know Junji Ito made more than one comic? I always have to ask people.
I know.
But that comic was made for him.
That comic was made for you. There you go.
You should ban me after that, honestly.
That's an excellent joke. I would not ban you for that.
Are you done? I didn't want to.
He's not done. Point. Go for it, Suresh. Come on.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I just thought of it as you were talking about people finding themselves represented in the system, and just kind of like their desire just kind of flows in that direction. It kind of reminded me of that, like.
It's not that their desire flows in that direction. Because that flows is not the word. They use it a lot in the book, but they don't use it a lot in the French. That's the thing that's been added. Desire doesn't flow in that direction. It's that desire is investing in things. You, for example, wherever you're born and you grow, and we'll talk about holes. The holes thing is actually kind of works. It's not corny. I'm just going to run with it. If you haven't seen it, Junji Ito has a story where there's this big cliffside that shatters, and in it are all these weird human-shaped sort of holes that seem like they're infinitely deep, and they kind of go off in the distance. People see a hole that seems like it's their shape, and they are driven and driven and driven to going into it. They can't help it eventually making their way into the hole. It's a compulsion horror, which is fantastic compulsion horror. But here's the thing. Desire isn't just like wanting a hole. That's not it. That's a very Freudian way to put it, but it's also not that.
Lacanian or Freudian, yeah.
But it's what happens is that desire, as it exists, invests first socially and politically. It's one of the things. It's not my desire or your desire. What happens is desire is built and does whatever desire does, and it invests into things. And investing into things doesn't mean, oh, I really like Trump. It experiences over and over repetitive things, and those habits, those repetitions, the setup of everything that seems like they're very consistent becomes the thing that desire starts pushing into. And the flux of desire, which is a rapid change. A flux is the term. Flux is the point of change. So if we have, it's a very specific difference in wording. And they actually talk about this in 2 other papers. Water flows, but you would never say that your water is flowing from a sprinkler head that's bust, unless it's flowing very steadily and slow. Otherwise, you would say in the moment that it happens, oh, it's bursting. Because when we talk about flows, we're talking about either consistency or change. Consistency is the flow. And they use flow when it's about the consistency of desire. They use flux when it's about the rate of change. And desire invests with rate of change. So as things are happening, as the world is shifting, desire doesn't flow, desire has flux. It shifts, it does shit, it invests.
I'm kind of visualizing it as a difference between like a fluid traveling through pipes or like down a stream versus like explosions or vibrations.
Well, even explosions and vibrations turn to flows, right? Because again,
I wonder if like.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I struggle with this because it seems to me like one of the sort of major problems, not non-translation from the French, but just generally, is that, and I have this issue with Spinoza as well, is that when we're talking about desire, we have a colloquial sense of that does imply lack sort of necessity. We use it as a verb to say we want something that is not present. There is there is that element of that connection to the thing, but it's a connection it's a forward-looking connection. It's like, I want to enter into proximity to this thing in the future. And I think one of the problems is, like, when we talk about like desire and then desiring, often we're referring to the same thing in this context. But when we talk about desire does this, we think of a single thing or like an element or something that's sort of moving its way down a pipe, as opposed to sort of a realignment of connections where the end point and the beginning point are sort of what's I'm looking for, coincidental.
Well,
And
I use the example because all of that's fantastically accurate. I love it. A baby, like a newborn. If you haven't ever been around one, I can explain it, but most people have been around babies. And I'm talking about like under 3 months. Babies don't want anything. They don't even want the boob. It's not really how it works. A brand new newborn baby, day of, doesn't want anything. Their desire exists. They are absolutely in discomfort. They're having all of like a cacophony of collisions and changes and everything. It is the most shocking change that has existed in humanity is in that moment of birth, where suddenly you have sensations on your body you never had. You don't have cold. It's not a thing babies have in the womb. You have air hitting things that didn't happen. You have air hitting inside of things that didn't happen. You have shit.
It starts to feel weird.
Everything's fucked up, but it's also light. You didn't have light before. You also didn't really have sound.
Yeah,
you had
there's noises.
You had all kinds of things, and everything is hitting you, but you're not like repulsed by it. It's just everything is actively connecting. That is the base state of desire. That is what desire is doing. It's in flux because it's connecting and disconnecting at rates that are impossible to determine. Over time, that baby learns things. It learns consistency about certain warmth on the side of the face means food is coming, or mommy's voice or a certain smell, and food as a thing. They don't know, but they know boob and they know happy because they're hungry, but they don't know hunger. They start learning words and tones. And when dad's here, when mom's here, when the bottle's getting warm, whatever it is, consistency. They don't have names for these things, but at some point,
well, because
they learn.
We only talk about it like through the prism of imagination. Like we develop like sort of a concept of self, and then we retroactively try to find, okay, in our experience of the world, what are these things that drive us to this? And we sort of think of like the chain of imaginings that lead us from, oh, I have this agitation. This makes me want this thing. I now do things to want this thing because I want this thing, and that's desire. But prior to that, all those same mechanisms obviously are still at play. You just lack imagining. So, like, obviously, the one is primary.
And it gets determined in a really fascinating way. Because earlier I was talking about how the way that force operates creates the conditions for its own possibility, which is a hard thing to wrap your head around until you, again, spend time around a little baby. And around the age of like 1 or 2, you'll find that what they do is when they fall or they're sad or something happens or they're angry, they want a feed. They want feedy from mom because it's more of a comfort thing, because it isn't literally just I'm hungry. Hunger isn't really, these things are interwoven. And so what happens is when the little kid, feed, both my kids did this. Most kids do this, feed, because they skinned their knee or they fell over, and feeding calms them. Why? They're not hungry. That's because they've learned discomfort solved this way, but they don't think of it in imaginative terms. They're just saying, fix this, basically. But they use the words that they think fixes this, and now they've got images. Now, for a while, my daughter, I can't console her. It's a very common thing for dads to run into. Dads can't console babies, not in the same way mommy can. It's very tough for dads, not in the same way. It's just kind of the way it works. Women who can't breastfeed and fail to breastfeed experience this very deeply. It's a different thing. But the baby just wants like that thing. They don't, but eventually they learn and they learn and they learn and they repeat it 10 times a day for 2 years. You do anything 10 times a day for 2 years, you tell me that doesn't become something that's formatively and habit forming. And so suddenly at 2, 3, 4 years old, done wrong with parents who don't pay attention or some other happenstance things, suddenly a kid uses food to comfort themselves. That happens. That's a real thing. And then suddenly, is this person choosing, or is it that they want food, or what is it we add layers and we create the conditions of the forces by the forces themselves and how they've dealt with things in time. And we totalize them in retrospect. We fall back on. It's why they use the term fall back on over and over and over, that something falls back on production. You, as a subject, fall back on desiring production. Capital, as a thing, falls back on the production of capital. These things fall back on and assume all of it for themselves. And this process that we're doing totalizes, creates objectivities that we want, or that we confuse with want, or confuse that we do want, because that's just the way things have worked out over and over and over and over and over.
On that note, I wonder if like one of the major complications here, and one of the reasons why people would arrive at notions of fascism, say, where there is some ideological trickery going on, where people are misled into wanting things they didn't really want, or thinking that there were things that weren't really there. It's sort of built into the language of sort of that term by itself. So we're talking about like, what is a fascist, quote unquote, as an individual? You run into a situation where you are, even from this mode, there's sort of a lack and an idealism implicit in that very phrasing by itself. If you're trying to say like, what are the properties of a fascist? Or, I mean, strictly speaking, there aren't any, unless what you're talking about are being plugged into a particular social network that is fascisming, or you're talking about someone who has a particular fascist ideological construct as the object of desire in the sense of lack. And I wonder if that's sort of what leads to that outcome, because this type of analysis, this way of thinking about it would have, well, the Nazis in Germany were all plugged in to a thing and they were doing the thing. And it's not a matter of whether or not they all had perfect knowledge such that they could be tricked or were tricked or were willing participants to what was going on. No, that wasn't necessary. They were doing the thing and therefore were the thing. That's as far as it needs to go. But by framing it in terms of a party program, because like the term is derived fundamentally from a party program, from a political platform that had a utopian end goal, you sort of reintroduce lack into the analysis. Not like at the level that D&G are operating at, but just sort of in how we express it. And so you end up in a situation where you ultimately end up talking about it anyways in ideological terms.
Yeah, it's well, and it's so when they're talking about party programs here and the result, they're very much talking about how, I mean, they're talking about like the successful revolutions we've ever have never ended well. Like that's basically what like, hey, the communist revolution of China, that sure ended up in communism, didn't it? It's like, no, it's like, but how did it work? Because it did work. There's reasons that happened in May 68 didn't in France or various other revolutions. And it's because the actual apparatus that can be invested in was there. And it was an investment that isn't you're going to be invested in something. You're invested in something social. You are not disconnected. This is, again, you're not supposed to become schizophrenic, autistic in a fucking asylum. You're not meant to go live in a fucking cave and never talk to people banging your head on the wall. That's not their political program. Their political program is very, very different. It is, hey, understand and recognize this is how we function and this is how social things function. So if you're going to do it, here's how success has worked. Here is where it has failed. And here's how you build something new. What that is, they don't actually say. But it is giving the tools to nail that. So, yeah. It is tough.
That description was dangerously close to my job there, Brooks.
I know. So that's the point. It's always, we get fucked because we live in a society meme is basically the like running gag, but how do you make change? Well, if you totalize things, and this is again why the philosophy tube video was infuriating to me, and it's always crazy to me how people are just too fucking invested in the things they're invested in to actually deal with words. By starting and dealing with things in terms of big ideas or great men, you are in the space of believing ideology matters, that ideals actually translate into material effect. Not that material effect creates or produces or does these things. And if you do that, then what you do is you create a neutered, broken political party, which is what the Democrats are, that and whatever the fuck UK has. Like, it's what Labor is now. You enjoy Labor. Have fun with the Labor Party. I can't even fucking mentally handle that that's the Labor Party these days. But go run with it. And it's like, hey, those things I actually believe are ideological, so I'm just going to say that things will win in the marketplace of ideas. Or I bet you I can convince people. Well, what are you giving them to see themselves in? Nothing. Well, okay, but what? Oh, wait, look, your vice presidential candidate actually got people really excited and invested in ideas. Yeah, we don't want that. Okay. But we're going to say that we're going to be really cool. That's it. And people will not show up. Voting works when people see themselves represented in a candidate. That's it. Because representation is the thing. And that's their point here to an extreme degree. And not leaning on ideological crutches or saying that the other side is just stupid. Because they're not. No more stupid than you are. And trust me, you're all fucking really dumb, just like me. All right. That's my 3 paragraphs in 4 hours. Christ. That's okay. Because we move next week into Klosowski and Nietzsche. That's next week.
Like in AO or? Like
yeah, no, the next paragraph has a line. I'll just read it.
Oh, gotcha.
As Klosowski says in his profound commentary on Nietzsche. I wonder which book he's talking about. That's why we're starting In the Vicious Circle as a reading in a couple weeks, which I'm excited for. But we'll get through the next couple paragraphs where they actually bite very heavily on Klosowski and give him, they mention him. They should, I don't realize how much important this is. You can't wait to finish this book by 2050. We're going to finish this book in the next probably 2 months, maybe a month, and then we'll start the 4th reading. So, because you'll never finish this book.
I think you're on your 6th reading.
Personally, yes, 3rd reading of the stream though.
I thought I could have sworn it was 4. I might be going crazy.
No, we did our first reading, which took about a year. Then we started a 2nd reading. And that went a year and a half. And then this has been going since.
Oh, that's why they're getting longer.
Oh, yeah. Because the challenge is, as it was open, it was basically me reading and everyone telling me where I was wrong, which was awesome. The 2nd reading was also that, but where I was wrong was less often. And I didn't realize that the machinery of the thing basically was dependent on me being completely fucking stupid. And so I just enjoyed going through it. But it was only towards the end that I realized that because I wasn't asking questions, which was basically the first reading, was stupid. So now this reading has taken longer because I went, oh, well then if no one's going to ask questions, I'm doing literally every sentence. And that's been this reading. Every fucking sentence.
Okay, well, when you're done your 6th reading,
yeah.
You'll have to apologize to that graph that Plastic Bills put out.
Why?
The different, because you'll figure out these right by then. All those. What was that big circle chart he had with like the different like levels of development of, was it the levels of development of the Earthstat? I can't remember what it was. Something dumb.
It doesn't matter. Everything he had is wrong because he's a fucking jackass who doesn't care. He's philosophy tube, without like personality or anything that they actually care about. Because again, Philosophy Tube has a handful of good videos. I will stick by it. Philosophy Tube sucks as a human being, but those couple videos are good. Plastic Pills doesn't have anything good. God, imagine being that bad. God. You gotta just take stock of your life at that point and count your bracelets and call it a day. I need more bracelets. How many bracelets are you wearing Sunday?
I am wearing no bracelets, as a matter of fact.
See, this is the problem. You got to get the bracelets, then you get the khakis, then you get the money, then you get the girls. Sorry, it's an old line. I fucking hate these people. Andrew, I don't see...
Safe then.
Andrew, my comment, which I guess violated community guidelines, was a reference to SpongeBob. What? I didn't see anything in reference to SpongeBob. I now want to see things in reference to SpongeBob. Radical Dino, who I have a feeling knows a good amount of the Chinese Communist Party because they call it the CPC. So that's someone who knows more than the average person. Because the bureaucratic system of the Communist Party of China is for the most part ever present, which I argue is functioning differently than how Mao's... Well, and this is where the whole fascinating thing for me of Xi is like the push towards building what I would say is the modern Chinese Communist Party. Well, the founding of it was not what we have now. Absolutely. But like, it sort of looks the same. And so to people on the outside who don't spend time on it, or someone who's born today and like born 15 years ago, they wouldn't really see differences in the way that people look at Trump and they go, they don't realize the drastic differences and changes in the federal government just in 40 years, not like since the Civil War or even since its inception. Like the way bureaucracy works is it becomes a causa sui. It's a self-cause. It is an eternal thing. The Urstadt is that. They have an entire chapter in here on it, that the state seems like it's a thing that's always been there. And that bureaucracy, despite being literally built and changing over time in really fascinating ways, we get really broken up in it, which is really fascinating. I find it fascinating, at least. Is me chewing on a bracelet an example? Fuck you. God damn it. Godspeed. Oh, shit. All right. That's 4 hours. And, hey, Sunday, are you going to be streaming?
Not today. Poland's killing me, and we have Canada Day fireworks to go watch later.
Canada Day fireworks?
Yeah. Believe it or not, they celebrate this hellhole.
Brooks, there's a few pieces of news that came out today. I thought that you might be...
Oh, no. All right. I'll give me the things. What's happening? What's going to break my heart?
The medical insurance thing and the big beautiful bill.
Big beautiful bill's passed to Congress, and we'll see what happens.
The thing that you said about the retirement home running out of business is very close now. Them closing down.
Yeah, it's America is on a precipice, and it's really, 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 really scary. Like it's genuinely.
On the plus side,
genuinely.
On the plus side, Trump is tweeting with strong suggestions that he's contemplating deporting Musk, which would be lovely.
Yep, they have a really big breakup.
It would be. I want him to do it only that I think it would begin creating the worst legal situation that these people could be involved in. And that's all I hope for. I want us to get stuck in a stagnation of legalities until we can figure out a new thing to do while they're fighting. It is
these three all happened today, by the way.
Yeah. Well, so Big Beautiful Bill. It's worth noting. So Big Beautiful Bill had a lot of provisions removed, which actually is kind of a big deal. So it was the worst thing ever. Now it's the worst thing ever, except for the thing that it was, which is not really saying a lot. There's no more federal sale of federal lands. That's out, which is like, I mean, it's not good what the bill is, but they removed a bunch of stuff that had to do with like, just a bunch of different things that they had in there. That the law in there was a law in there that they had that the federal government said that no state was allowed to create any laws around companies that do AI or AI as a software, which is insane. But that got stripped out actually. Like they just were like, oh yeah, that's not allowed with the Bird Act. So that's a fucking thing. So that's a thing. There's a few others. And now that it's back at the House, back out of the Senate, and it's at the House, which is the larger body, the process goes back again because what they've passed back, unless the Congress is willing to just accept it and sign it, which I don't know. It could happen. Again, anything's possible. But they would need to just pass it. And that's not how things work. It just isn't how any of these big opus bills work with everything that got pulled out of it from the Senate. If they just pass it, one, we know that there is no such thing as a Republican. There is just purely party apparatus. Like, there's no persons involved in this anymore because everything that got pulled out, Lisa Murkowski is a great example. Lisa Murkowski is a senator from Alaska, and she's this gross of a person. She said she wouldn't sign for it, this bill. And in return, the Senate changed language so that the changes in Medicaid would not affect Alaskans. Literally saying, okay, if you won't vote for it, why don't you vote for it and we won't make it affect your state? And she said, oh, okay. That's a thing. Like, was crazy. Well, the parliamentarian threw that out, which is great. So she still voted for it. So, like, that's how fucked we are. If in Congress they just pass it as is, I'll be both surprised and horrified because Trump will absolutely sign it, and it will begin the dismantling of the global infrastructure of how America functions. It's hard for me to explain how awful this is and how all-encompassing these changes are, except to say that you will continue to see more people dying, but you'll see more businesses closing, more small towns destroyed, lots and lots of people finding themselves completely fucked, and they don't care. We're talking in here, we talked today about how capitalism supports a small handful. It's important to remember that small handful because we do not understand when we talk about, oh, they're passing this, it gives the wealthy a tax or whatever. The number of people that this completely fucks over is so wild that it is extracting wealth from everyone to give to the top 1 or 0.5%. The ways that they're doing this and saying, oh, we're getting rid of the tax on overtime or the tax on tips, they are at best rounding errors in comparison to the billions and billions and billions in tax breaks that are being given to that 1% or 0.5%. And everyone else is getting fucked. And that is something that if they were good scumbags, they would understand not to be the mosquito that sucks everyone dry. That you take little bits, and you be a scumbag. They can't help it. They're trying to take everything, and this bill is that. And literally, the people in Congress don't even benefit from it. Most of them do not benefit from this bill at all. They are actually fucking themselves in the long term. And it's an astonishing thing. But again, how and why? Oh yeah, this, what we're talking about today, this. Because until there's an alternative, what is there? Nothing. What do you do if you're not supporting Trump? You tell me right now. Who do you support? No one. And that Mamdani, who I think is wonderful, my wife Heather phone banked for him. I support him wholeheartedly. Mayor New York candidate. He is a counter investment, but he's one man. He's not the big deal. Everyone is talking about how Mamdani is not the future of the Democratic Party. Fuck you. Fuck you. He is a dude running. Go do it. Go run. Go do that. If you're going to say he's not the future of the Democratic Party, what you're doing is dispossessing and disinvesting people in what is a movement they can find themselves in. That's all you're doing by doing that. He is actually giving people something to be invested in. By saying it's not him and giving no alternatives, you're disinvesting and you're working for Trump and the status quo. Period. And you're not a leftist. You're a very, very, very bad person. And you suck. You suck. I think you're gross. And smell bad, probably. And have too many bracelets. Sorry. Just, that's speaking to one person, but he does have too many bracelets. Oh, that's fascinating. So, I mean, I don't know whether or not this is accurate, but this is, I find this shit fascinating. I find this stuff fascinating. Boop, 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 boop. Nope, not there. There you go. We'll go you. Boop, doop. There you go. South Carolina's GOP Ralph Norman, one of 9 Republicans on the Rules Committee, has stated that he will be voting no on the Senate changes. This is actually for him saying this, and if he doesn't do it, it's kind of hilarious. But he said they're not going to accept it. So they literally are trying to get everything passed without the changes the Senate made. And here's why. If you didn't know, it's the top comment. The Senate took out provisions to require citizenship for Medicaid. Now, it's not that they're voting to keep illegals on it. That's not a thing. But citizenship is a fascinating question. What's a legal resident? Are they citizens? No. No. Are green card holders, people on visas here for work for multiple years, are they citizens? No. So, voters voted for Trump's agenda, period, this fucking jackass says. This is how investments work. They haven't been given an alternative to be invested in. Even Republicans, by the way. That's what's so fascinating about all of this to me. I find it fascinating. So we'll see. Now, whether or not this guy stands up for it, I have no idea. I don't believe he's a good person. I'm certainly not saying anything along those lines. But when they say that they're invested in this, that these are their interests, trust them. People don't lie. They're not objectively wrong and you're not objectively right. People are in their position doing what they're doing because of these investments. So, when Kaplan, and if this is accurate, what we ought to do is take exactly the House bill that we sent over. Jesus, fuck, this fucking guy, man. I'm going to change windows so you guys can read this, and so apologies, I didn't do it for this QC. Fucking, we ought to take exactly the House bill we sent over and go home and say, when you're serious, come back. That's my message. Send the House bill back. When they're serious, come back to us. If they do that, it's actually dead in the water, which is kind of awesome. Because they won't get to 50 votes. They won't get to J.D. Vance making the choice. That's Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that. Now, will he do it? I don't know. I'm not a fan of him. I'm a fan of them fighting and forcing these things. I'm a fan of them fighting these things. That's why it's really fun to like play with them and go, oh, look, you made this change. This will help trans people. And then they like, even if it doesn't, I don't care. Oh, do you know, go tell them, hey, by the way, you voted to keep trans people on Medicare. I don't know. Fuck. I think they took it out or something. They'll freak out. They're idiots because they're not invested in these things that way. They're invested in the status quo. They're invested in that thing. They are producing the limitations of their own potentials. But so are we. If all we're doing is arguing against them and counter investing, because that's just a negative image. That's not them. That's not something to invest in. You have to invest in something. You have to give people something to invest into. It doesn't work. Counter investment isn't a thing. That's why they keep saying there's only one group. There's only one class. There's not a bourgeois and proletariat. It's not how it works. There's one class, and then there's everyone else who's scattered to the wind. That's it. God, what a day. All right. I gotta go. It's 5. You motherfuckers. Give the Whitehead video a watch if you haven't yet. It looks like, because I'm finishing at 5, I was hoping I have a literal hour and a half video on how AI functions and how thinking works that I've been working on for 3 weeks, that goes through every step of how an LLM functions to show you. So we remove the ideology and we just talk about the functions because we can. And I'm going to be having that out probably Thursday. I was hoping to have it done tonight. That is not happening at this point unless I'm up till 5 in the morning. And at that point, I do not want to be up at 5 in the morning. So we watch it for that Thursday. Probably at this point tomorrow, I'll end up streaming in the evening at some point. And we'll do some more bad philosophy. I put out a call, and Sunday and I have both talked about this. He joined today, and I appreciate that very much. But the goal is very simple. When I said I wasn't going to be talking about, I'm going to mention philosophy too, but I'm not responding to any more of her shit. I might talk about Abigail as a person, but I'm not responding to any more videos or any of that shit. I'm not joking. I want to kind of get away from the worst of this kind of very particular grift, which is philosophy videos and bad philosophy that actually aren't saying anything, because the difficulty in the critique is that since I'm not addressing what they are saying, people don't have the ability to follow me. If you watch my video on PhilosophyTube, the first half in the comments, and I saw comments on Reddit, it was amazing. First off, I'm not transphobic. Jesus fucking Christ, you people. Wild conversations. But everyone was like, he didn't get it. He didn't understand. She was telling us it was bad. No, then you didn't hear me. Because again, her video didn't have a point. So for me to do it, I had to deconstruct and put together a thesis. And people aren't built that way. They don't want to follow it. And I noticed this also with the video on the deep state I did. Well, I did go into the nature of bureaucratic. Then and now, despite having started as a very good philosophy channel, is now making content that doesn't make a point. And I've noticed this more and more, that there's a lot of this content that doesn't make a point that I can't really respond directly to. Right? I don't know if this makes sense as I'm saying it out loud, but if I can't do that, if I can't directly say, oh, you said X, I say Y, people aren't going to be able to follow it for the most part. I can still do conversation, but people won't follow. So what I'm hoping to do is I'm hoping people will find actual bad philosophy that is stating something. I put in some rules around like kind of how I want to do it in the QC. If you would like to help support and put ideas in there, they're in the suggestions. I welcome all. And over time, we'll kind of be figuring out what's good, what's bad, and I'll kind of refine the rules because it's as you can tell, it's more nebulous and I'm trying to figure out exactly how to state it. but it's a very difficult particular thing. And I think Sunday's in the same boat I am, which is like he's been talking about this, these awful people who don't care about philosophy at all and don't really say anything, yet they say so many words. So help me find people who are actually putting stakes in the ground. And it can be political as well. It doesn't have to be purely philosophy, but the critique has to be philosophical. It's going to be political videos, but it has to be philosophical critique. I'm not going to be going through and debunking vaccines. I can have a conversation around the nature of knowledge and scientific inquiry. Different. Philosophical critique for actual comments from someone. This is something I'm trying to figure out how to do, and I think Sunday is too. Please, please, please try to help us find content to do this, give feedback, and build towards it. That would be lovely. And I will end, because tomorrow I'm going to try to do the first of these streams. We'll see what happens. And we'll end with a little gimmick. We're going to do Dota reviews, Overwatch, which is watching a handful of people. It's like 20 minutes. It'll be how streams end from now on. I had fun doing it with everyone sort of asking questions and me explaining Dota. It was fun. So we'll be doing that, stealing kind of a game at the end from another channel I really like. But that'll be the goal. So watch for that tomorrow. If you like what I do and want to support, I cannot tell you how much a Patreon membership would go to. For $3, $5. If you can afford more, you can afford more. If you can't afford, just join. Just don't do it. It's fine. I don't give a shit. The point is, content will always be free. We don't believe in anything else. But that thing that is not cynical, that is not built towards the capitalist thing, makes it difficult for me to force you to give me money. If only I was co-owner in a larger platform that I could then have people be invested in and pretend like I'm not making things behind a paywall. That thing sucks. So if you get a chance, if you have the ability, I do really, really appreciate you doing so. You can always find our Discord, discord.gg/DGQC if you want to join, patreon.com/DGQC if you want to support. Thank all of you guys. It always is, as I say, it's a highlight of my week. I adore this. This is some of my favorite shit. Keep an eye out. I know Sunday's streaming tonight. We have a bunch of readings over the next few days. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you guys very, very, very much. And I'll see you